And we're live. Hi, everybody. Today we're starting out. Usually, I start off with a big snake to attract attention to the live stream, but we're starting out with the smallest snake in the green room. This is say it in the chat. Whoever knows who this is, I'll let the chat guess. It's going to take a second because the chat's a little bit behind, or I'm a little bit behind the chat, I think. Amy Bentley, you don't count. Amy obviously Amy got it. This is Harry Vanderspiegel. It's not Pip. It's Harry Vanderspiegel. Kathy got it too. My little house snake. And I knew that people were going to ask to see him today, so I thought we'd start out with him. And then when people jump into the live stream and say, "Can we see Harry?" I can say, "You should watch the beginning of this." But Clint and Jen are here from Black Box. That's great. By the way, there's a ton of people in right now. I just looked at the chat, and there's a lot of people chatting with one another right now. Danielle Champion is in, already super chatting. Danielle is a, and no pun intended, she is a champ super chatter. Hi Danielle, good to see you. A lot of the Horde of Keepers are in already. And a bunch of people are here. Hi everyone, good to see you. A lot of times I go down and I try to say everybody's name. I'm not going to this time. There's just too many people. I'll do it as we go. Anyway, I'm glad you guys are here. We've got a lot to do tonight, and it's probably going to be another long one. I hope you guys are up for it. I enjoy the long ones. I like that, some people stick in from beginning to end. Some people are kind of in and out as they can. And that's cool. I like it. It's fun. So what can I tell you about Harry? He is doing really well in his bioactive. He's super reclusive. He's, as soon as the lights go out, he comes out. But then if he sees me, he darts into somewhere. He's way more reclusive than any of my pythons. I have to be really still if I want to watch him moving around his cage. So I don't know if he'll grow out of that, or maybe that's just how he's going to be. But he's doing good. He's a fantastic eater. He ate last night, actually. So Ghost 01, we were just talking about you. We spent the whole beginning of this talking to you about you. You were late though. You missed it. I'm just kidding. You're not late at all. We haven't even started yet. We haven't even started, right? So great to see you all. So, Charles, we're gonna talk about that right now. We're gonna talk about what I'm drinking. So I'm drinking I'm drinking my two favorite beverages, whiskey and coffee. We're gonna talk about both of them. Hang on. Let me just make sure that sometimes, I reminded my mom that a live stream is happening, so she's going to probably jump in. By the way, we have Amy Bentley here, but I can see that she's not sitting in front of the camera yet, so I'm not going to bring her on. But when she comes back, we'll say hello to Amy. In the meantime, let's talk about the whiskey that I'm drinking. This is a delightful, a lot of time I call this snakes and scotch because I'm often drinking scotch, but in this case, I'm drinking rye whiskey, which is a lovely beverage on its own. A lot of people only drink rye when they make like a Manhattan or something like that, but by itself, rye is really good. It's so good. It's spicy and botanical. And I'm drinking Whistle Pig, this bottle of Whistle Pig that I've had for a while. This isn't even, like, Whistle Pig is a good rye, and this is the lower end of it, but it's still really good on its own. The 6-year Whistle Pig. There was a big controversy a few years back with Whistle Pig, because they came onto the market and everybody was astounded by their quality. I mean, it's really good stuff. And then it was discovered that they were mislabeling their product. They were saying, I think if I remember right, correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows this, I think they were sort of making it seem like it was all made in the US, like made in America stuff. And as it turns out, it was bottled and aged in Canada. I think I might be wrong on this, but it's something like that. And also maybe ingredients too were mislabeled. So that was a big problem. But because people that are into whiskey, we like to know what we're drinking. Like we want to know where it's from, what it is exactly, how long it aged. We want all the accurate information. If being inaccurate with the labels on whiskey is sacrilege, sort of. So that was a problem. But the fact is, they fixed it, they corrected it, and they're telling the truth on their labels now. But the fact is that it's really good rye whiskey. So that's all I got to say about that. We're going to talk about this coffee in a minute. I'm just going to sort of catch up here. I'm gonna let people get in. Man, we already have 121 people in. We're 6 minutes into this live stream. Does any of these 121 people also drink Whistle Pig? You guys know of this delightful beverage right here that's in my Green Room Pythons Glencairn glass? Jenna says yes. I'm going to assume that means that she drinks Whistle Pig. Okay. Yeah, I was right. She says, I love Whistle Pig. Yeah, it's really good. If you like rye whiskey. And I tell you, when I started drinking whiskey, it was probably 15 years ago, I started drinking it because I didn't want to drink beer that packs on weight. And I thought, if I go to a party, I don't need to be sitting there drinking tons of beer. I can pour one glass of whiskey and sip on it all night. And if it's harder to drink, it'll be easier for me to sip on that one glass all night, because I don't like to get drunk. I don't like to drink a lot. And for someone who's not used to whiskey, rye whiskey is harder to drink. It's spicier. And so I started with rye. That was what I was starting with. And then I went on to bourbon and Scotch and everything else. So anyway, Brett H, thanks for the super chat. That's a really nice one. I had a baby ball python that wouldn't eat for a month. I added 3 more hides after your security and food tips. He ate like a champ 2 days later. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I love it. That's great. Congrats on that. Yeah, that's just adding hides. I mean, that seems like such a little thing to do, to just give them some more hide options, but that works. And also just changing up the environment completely. Just adding those 3 hides, it may have been not even about, oh, I have more spots now that I can hide, because I'm sure you had other hides in there before, but it could have been just the area is different now. My home is a little bit changed up. It's a little bit different. And sometimes for some reason that triggers a food response. I'm going to put Harry back here in a minute. I don't need him out for a super long time. What was I even talking about? I know I was talking about Whistle Pig, but I think I'm done with that. So you guys, we've got a bunch to do today. I'm gonna make this announcement. I saw that there was some speculation as to what the announcement would be. Like people are speculating big, huge announcements. Basically, it's that Green Room Pythons is changing. The channel is going to be less about snakes and more about Irish hip hop dancing. Irish hip hop dancing is going to be the content now. No, it's not huge, but it's cool, and it does have to do. Oh, some people were also guessing. I'm kidding about the Irish hip hop dancing. You get that, right? That was a joke. I'm kidding. We're not changing the channel. although I should make a separate channel. I should learn how to Irish hip hop dance, which isn't even a thing. I'd be making it up. I'd be creating it. Anyway, what was I talking about? My point is, Peter, House of Pain for the win. Thanks for that super chat and great comment too. Hold on, I'm going to go back to what I was saying. I keep getting myself off track. Jenna, hi. Thanks for the super chat. I'm drinking 16-year-old Napogue Castle. I like Napogue Castle. The bread light needed the sleeve for a hide. I'm here for the Irish dancing. Awesome. That's great. Napogue Castle. I last had that at a little pub down the street. But I'll show you something. Nope, not that one. This one. I bet she's in it too. I gave Dolly my Ardbeg whiskey sleeve yesterday, and she's already in it. Snakes love a whiskey sleeve. I mean, as soon as I feel bad when they soil their whiskey sleeve, I feel bad if I don't have one to replace it with, because they just love. It's just perfect for a ball python sized snake, not a huge one and not a little baby, but a medium sized adult. It's just a perfect size for them. Thanks for the super chat to you guys. Oh, no, I keep wanting to bring Amy on, and she left. I'm sure she'll be back. You guys, I was in the middle of a thought, and then I got distracted. I don't have ADD, I don't think, but it's as though I do sometimes. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Oh, let me put Harry back, because I think he's ready to go back. Hang on a second. So we were talking about what we were doing. I've got this announcement to make. We're going to talk about coffee in a second. We're going to feed some snakes, which is going to be really fun. Okay, he's back. We're going to feed Stella, who's sitting right up here, right there right now. And hey, do you want to come out? Maybe we'll bring Stella out here in a second. We're going to feed Stella and Echo some pretty good sized rodents. And we're going to feed the black-headed pythons. I've got some quail to feed to Banjo, and I have some fish to feed Maya. But I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. So we'll see. The fish is thawed out. It's just strips of tilapia fillet, which is fine for them. And we'll see how that goes. All right. So I've got some coffee here in my Green Room Pythons mug. I'm a coffee guy. I'm usually not drinking it during the live streams because I'm drinking whiskey, but I roast my own coffee. Here's a bag of unroasted coffee. It's waiting to be roasted. This happens to be Costa Rican. But whiskey is kind of a hobby of mine, but coffee also is a hobby of mine. And so finally, this is one of my announcements. I'm going to make another one, I think. So I feel like you guys were expecting a bigger announcement, but this is big to me because I think it's really cool. We have from Cold Blooded Caffeine Company, we have the Green Room Pythons blend coffee that's now available, which is very exciting. This is a blend that we worked for a while on this. They sent me a bunch of different coffees to taste. And because I know my coffee, it was important that I figure out what I personally really liked. And as it turned out, I always like Central America and South American coffees. Those are kind of my favorite. But I also like Southeast Asian coffees, but they're a little bit too acidic. I think it's acidic is the word for what I'm tasting in that. So they'd sent me a Southeast Asian coffee to try. They roasted it up and I tried that, and I thought it was good, but it needed to be it needed to be tempered down a little bit because it was a little too much of that acidic punch. So it's now a combination of Southeastern, Southeastern Asian, yeah, and Central America. Or I mean South America. So East Asian, South America. That's what I'm trying to say. So we're calling it Old World, New World blend because two of my very favorite snakes, the reticulated python and the anaconda, are from both of those places. Asia is where the reticulated python is from, and South America is where the anaconda is from. So, two biggest snakes in the world. The coffees are from there. They're blended, and it makes such a nice blend. I really like it. So, did I put the link in the description of this video? I don't know that I did. Hang on. Because we were trying to get the description of it right today as we did stuff. It may still have the old description, but it doesn't matter. I think everything will still work. So hang on a second. I'm gonna throw the description of I'm gonna throw the link because we've got a 25% discount just for April. Basically, it's for this live stream, but it goes to the end of April, and it's on your first order. So, hang on. Can I just put this in the chat? I'm just going to put it in the chat for now. So there's that. coldbloodedcaffeine.com/products/green room pythons with dashes in between. Anyway, it's in the chat. I'm going to put it in the description of this video also. So if you're watching this after the fact, it'll be in the description. And the discount code is green room, all one word, one word, all caps. 25% off your first order. So that's going to be, let me make sure that I have this right. It's valid through April 31st. One use per customer. Not valid on subscription orders. And can't be combined with other offers. Okay, so this is it's gonna go in the description of the video, but that's it. It's very good. I like it a lot. It's a really nice blend. So get your Green Room Pythons coffee today. You know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to produce a commercial for this. It's going to be a throwback to the cheesy Folgers commercials from back in like the 1980s, 1990s. But it's going to be a Green Room Pythons coffee commercial. I'm excited about that. It'll be fun. I'll put it up on YouTube and Instagram probably. Anyway, if you get the coffee, please let me know what you think, because I did this to my taste, and I want to know if people like it. Because if you don't, I'll change it. We'll do a different blend. You guys, Amy's back. Let's say hi to producer Amy Bentley. Hi, Amy.
Hi.
Nope, that's not it. Let's just
Can you hear me?
One. Yeah.
Okay.
Can hear and see you. Hi there. How are you?
Well, I was having a really good day, but I cannot get this computer to play your live stream. So it's a good thing I'm here, because I wouldn't be watching it otherwise.
Oh, is that why you jumped off earlier?
No, I jumped off earlier because I lost my glasses. Somewhere between my shower after work and sitting down at this computer, my glasses were completely missing.
Okay, so you got your glasses. You got your computer working. You're all set.
Well,
all right.
Sort of. My
Awesome.
computer still won't play your YouTube videos, your YouTube live. So luckily, though,
wait.
I'm right here.
What? Well, why? What do you mean it's not? Because we're sitting here talking. So are you not able to?
So I can see what you're doing, but this is difficult for me to chat in, like, 'cause it's way easier for me to, like, tag people by name when they ask me a question or when I need to respond to somebody, like, specifically. So it's easier to do that in YouTube, but YouTube will not play this video that is
Okay.
currently live streaming. So I'm here, I can still say things, but I just can't. Plus, sometimes you say things and then I have to go back and like double check that you got, but I can't do that.
I
So
gotcha. So you can watch it, but just not in the format that
yeah,
is easy for
I
you.
can watch it through StreamYard, but I don't know that I'm gonna be a very good producer today. So
I get it. That's all right. Wave your hands if I miss something. Yeah, you know how to do it. All right.
I usually do it like this.
Yeah, that kind of all that stuff. All right, thanks, Amy. We'll see you in a bit. And you guys, my mom is in. Hi, Mom. Glad you made it for the big coffee announcement. I was doing so much today. One of the biggest things that I should have done was get all the coffee information into the description of the video, and I didn't. But Green Room, all in all one word, is your discount code for that coffee. Okay. Where are we at? What else do I want to say about that? Oh, so here I'm going to make another announcement that is really it's the bigger deal for my Horde of Keepers folks, but it's going to be a cool announcement too because some videos are going to come from it that are going to be awesome. I'm planning a trip to Peru, and I'm going to take Horde of Keepers folks with me, and it's going to be awesome. So normally I would just make this announcement in Patreon for you guys, but I'm going to say it here just because I teased a big announcement and I feel like it should be more than just the coffee. So yeah, we're planning, or I'm currently planning with a company that's going to handle a bunch of the details, this Peruvian Amazon jungle trip. It'll be my first time to Peru. I've never been before. And so I want whoever can come with me on this trip to experience Peru for the first time with me, which is going to be awesome. So we had talked about a Suriname trip that at the moment didn't work out. So we're going to be focused on Peru. And that is going to happen. So I'm already seeing people saying, count me in. So that's great. Very, very excited about this. So more details will come about that. We're talking 2026 for those of you who are saying, I want to go, and you're wondering when. It's 2026. It's like a year from now, maybe a little bit less than a year, but we have plenty of time to plan. So there's that. In the meantime, very soon coming up is our Minnesota trip. Minnesota, not quite as exciting as Peru, I guess. Maybe to some people it is, but still it's going to be a very exciting trip with the Horde of Keepers. We're staying in a farmhouse. Some of us are staying in the farmhouse. A lot of us are camping outside the farmhouse, and we're going to be going and looking for timber rattlesnakes and hognose snakes and racers and all kinds of stuff with our guide, Minnesota resident Dave Kaufman. It's going to be so fun. We've got a lot of people signed up for that trip. So it's going to be a big group of fun people and lots of shenanigans, lots of herping, but also lots of shenanigans, I think. So I'm excited about all that live Patreon stuff coming up. So if you want in on that, patreon.com/greenroompythons. Okay, that's my ad for Patreon. We've had an ad for coffee, ad for Patreon. Hey, here's a shirt, Handsome Dan shirts. That's in the shop. It's right below your YouTube screen. Ad for shirts. Anything else I can do an ad for? That's probably it. Anyway. Mom, you should come to Peru with us. You and Dad should both come to Peru with us. Let's get my parents on that trip, you guys. Okay, where are we at? So we have a big Q&A to go over. We've got, you guys are going to get tired of me saying this, those of you who watch all these live streams, but there's a lot of new people in these live streams. So I want to say that if you have a question for me, go ahead and ask it in the chat. And there's a good chance that I'm not going to see it. Most of the comments I don't see until I rewatch the thing later. So if you ask your question in the chat, there's a lot of people who can answer your question. So watch the chat for the answer, just in case I don't see it. If you have a question or comment that you want me to see, super chat it, and that will highlight your comment. I'll see it. And if I don't, Amy will see it and she'll flag me down and tell me that I missed one. And we'll definitely get to your question or comment via the super chat. So there's that. And yeah, but sometimes I'll do a live stream and then I watch it later and I see that somebody has, I'm assuming that it's usually a younger person, like a kid that's watching, that's asking a question. And because I don't see it, they just ask it over and over and over and over. And they spam the chat with their question over and over and over. And people are trying to answer it. Every time they ask the question, they get answers, but they're not watching the chat. So make sure you watch the chat. That's it. All right. That's that. I think that's all we got. Now we're going to get a snake out. Let's see what Lucille's up to while we hang on. Let's get one that's easy to get to. Oh, mama, look at you. So we got Lucille here while we're going to get to some Patreon questions. We're going to do some feeding, like I said, but that's going to happen later in the live stream, I think, because even though the feeding is not going to necessarily scent the room, I'm not going to do any hairdryer trick or anything like that. I've got rodents thawing in plastic bags right now, so the room doesn't smell like anything. But I just don't want to get that out right now until later in the live stream. So here we go. Starting with Dan Weber. Dan says, are there any really cool can't miss reptile stores or places in Southern California? Family and I are out there a few times a year usually. Yes. Joshua Tree National Park. That's a great reptile spot. It's a little out of the way, but I highly recommend it. And then, I mean, there are reptile places. Would I recommend them? Not most of them. If you're in Santa Monica, though, stop by Alan's Pet Store, Alan's Pet Shop, Alan's Pet Emporium, whatever it is. That is a good reptile pet store. And it's pretty cool to just go and see what they've got. They usually have a bunch of pythons and a bunch of boas and all kinds of lizards and stuff like that. So that, and then one of my favorite places to go is the LA Zoo. The reptile house at the LA Zoo is amazing. They've got a Mangshan viper. They've got a Gaboon viper. They've got all kinds of really cool stuff. Tons of awesome rattlesnakes. They've got a Santa Catalina Island rattlesnake, which has evolved to not have a rattle. They got one of those in there, along with a whole bunch of other Crotalus. It's cool. And a bunch of cool monitors too. So, by the way, for those of you wondering, these questions come ahead of time from Patreon. I always ask them about a week before the live stream to inundate me with questions, and then they're printed off on this clipboard, and I read them and answer them. So here we go. Ashley says, can we get an update on the baby snakes? Has everyone fed? Yes, everyone has had food in their belly. Number 4, number 10, and number 13 have been assist fed, which is kind of a bummer. I expect number 4 and number 10 at least to probably take something on their own on the next attempt. Number 13 might take a while, but yeah, everybody else has been assist fed. I've already sent out the first snake from that clutch to their new keeper. That snake was ahead of the game because it ate every meal that I put in front of them. We'll talk about that snake in a second. Darkside Morphs, thanks for the super chat. Any advice for someone just trying to get started on their reptile YouTube journey? Yeah, I mean, this would be just advice regardless of reptile content or not. It just takes doing it. The biggest obstacle is that people don't think they're ready. They don't think that they know how to do it, so they just don't do it. And the only way to learn is by doing it. So make as many videos as you can, just keep going, and you get better as you go. That's my biggest advice. Brett H, thanks for the super chat for Kent's lunch money fund. Oh, that's so nice, because Kent always needs lunch money. It's really nice. I appreciate that. And I'm sure he will appreciate it. So Leah has a similar question, but her first question is, how are you? Are you getting enough water and sunlight? I'm fine, thanks. Yes, plenty of water and plenty of sunlight. My Renaissance Festival season just started last weekend, so a lot of sunlight on the weekends lately. Danielle, thanks for the super chat. You should know that every time I get a new species, I dive into learning about its behavior. There aren't a lot of creators that focus on that. It sets your channel apart, and I'm grateful for it. Oh, thanks, Danielle. That's nice of you to say, and I agree. It did seem like when I started the channel, something that there was sort of a hole in the snake knowledge YouTube community, I guess, YouTube creator folks, where what I think is really important, which is behavior, and how do you interact with these animals, and I felt like I could help fill a bit of that. So thanks for saying that. We're on to Leah's second one. Also asking how all the babies are. They're doing great. How is Hermes? Hermes is Leah's baby that she is getting, and that is number 8. Hermes is doing fantastic. He took his 3rd meal the other night, and that was his first frozen thawed rat pup. So he is officially on rat pups. We got Lucille about to destroy my hat, but we'll let her. That's, I guess, what the hat's for. Oh, third question, pineapple on pizza. Yeah, I like it. I'm into it. Heather asks, any tips on handling a spicy hognose that hates me? Specifically that hates you, Heather? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. The tips that I give for handling ball pythons or handling pythons in general oftentimes works for other species, and hognose would be no exception. So just being really careful. Hognose are sometimes they're super jumpy and super defensive, and so just being really slow and really patient with them is my best advice. But there might be some hognose people in the chat that have hognose, because I don't have any. I'm not speaking from actual experience other than just playing with some occasionally. So folks in the chat, if you're a hognose person and you have specific advice, go for it. Majestic Mango Tango says, do you have any issues with scale rot in bioactive enclosures? My answer to that is no, but they go on to say, I have a ball python that likes to pee in his hide, and he insists on also sleeping there all the time. That's pretty common. I have to refresh the substrate under it quite often. How would I control that with bioactive? Well, with a bioactive, any wetness goes down lower or dries up. So it's not like they're going to be sitting there in super moist substrate all the time. you'll have a cleanup crew that will help clean that up. And you can still, you know, whenever I see pee in there, I scoop it up. I scoop up any wetness around there because I don't want the pee sitting there. But it's not really a problem. I don't ever have problem with scale rot, knock on wood, with any of my snakes ever, just because I don't have them sitting in super moist, super wet conditions, you know, which is that plus bacteria is what produces scale rot. And yeah, Ghost 01, thanks for the super chat. You look like you're doing well. Thanks. Thank you for showing us that the snakes are trained to a specific target. Oh yeah. Do you see that video that I posted, that short? Yeah, I like target training and I like showing it in shorts, but a lot of times, not so much with YouTube, but with TikTok and Instagram, those shorts get shown to all kinds of random people and, you know, people that don't follow me. So a lot of times there's skepticism with training of snakes. People don't think they can be trained. And you know, I know that if I do a video responding to the skeptics or responding to the haters, that video is going to get a ton of views because people love that. That's like controversy to people, right? And as much as I'm not a controversial YouTube creator at all, if I can do a little short video like that or something that sort of seems like controversy, I know it's going to get a lot of views. So, and it also answers some important question or information about whether snakes are smart enough to be trained. And this one is, I know that. Although I don't target train her, but I know she's very smart. Hey, lady, you doing all right there? All right. Moving along. Corey asks, could my snake not like his frozen thawed rat wet and prefer it dry? Yes, absolutely. And vice versa. Although, you know, dry would be the natural state that they would normally get a rodent in. So I would think that, you know, if they're used to eating it wet, if they started out, oh, sorry, babe, wrong side. I thought I was on this side. I'm seeing myself backwards. So, you know, if they started out eating a wet rat every time and then all of a sudden they were offered a dry one, they might refuse. I know that I have tried to offer, I always feed wet. I mean, I always feed dry because I thaw my rodents out in plastic bags, but occasionally a hole will get in the bag and you'll end up with all these wet rats in a bag, or, you know, a couple wet rats in a bag. And for some of my snakes, if I try to feed those, even if they're warm, they'll refuse. I got to take a paper towel and dry them off. So, yeah, they can be picky that way for sure. All right, Suzanne says, thoughts on the breaking news that 3 dire wolves have been successfully genetically engineered and the bringing back of extinct species through a similar process. The lab's next project seems to be mammoths and dodo birds. Yes, for real. Equally excited and concerned, thinking about the impact on current ecosystems and, you know, Jurassic Park style problems. No, haven't heard of it. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, I've got all kinds of thoughts. Let me just tell you what they are. So, first of all, those are not dire wolves. I think for people consuming that content, I mean, there's a lot of people, you know, a lot of newspapers and different sources came out immediately and they were like, the dire wolf has been resurrected. And then once we get into it, we realize that this is not a dire wolf. It's not even close to a dire wolf. And it's hardly related to what a dire wolf would have been. The company, what's it called? Is it Colossal? Am I right about that? What they did is they took a gray wolf, which they claim is the closest ancestor to a dire wolf. It's not an ancestor to a dire wolf at all. Their closest ancestor split off millions of years ago, like 6 or 8 millions of years ago. The dire wolf is an animal that went extinct 10,000 years ago. So They say that it's the closest relative to a dire wolf, and they have proof, but they haven't shown the proof. And the most recent studies have shown that they're not related at all. And what they did is they took a couple genes, and what's actually remarkable about this, there is some really cool stuff about this. And that is that they were able to isolate specific genes and go, this is the gene that codes for size. This is the gene that codes for big head. This is the gene that codes for longer hair. And they took these small handful of genes from direwolf DNA and plugged them into this gray wolf. So this animal is mostly gray wolf with a few genes that are going to change the look of the animal using direwolf genetics. But I believe I'm correct in saying this, that when I did 23andMe, and we're not going to talk about that controversy and whether you should do that or not, you shouldn't. But when I did it, it showed that I think I'm 2% Neanderthal. I don't think these gray wolves are even 2% direwolf. It's literally a handful of genes. It doesn't even equate to 2%. So this would be like, I'm born and they find out that I'm 2% Neanderthal, and they say the Neanderthal has been resurrected. Look at it. And I'm like, you guys, I'm not a Neanderthal. Come on. So and then, you know, they're like, well, the dire wolf, and you're more Neanderthal than this dire wolf is dire wolf. So anyway, so that's my thought on that. This is a company that has completely exaggerated and lied about what they did, but what they did is also remarkable. And they could have just told the truth and been like, look, we were able to grab some genes from this extinct creature and plug some of it into this gray wolf, and now we have this sort of, maybe we'll call it a hybrid thing. You know, it's a different species that man has now created. So Kylie's Critters, I'm going to get to your super chat in just a second. And also these puppies are not going to be released into the wild. That's not the intention. And so this concern, Suzanne, that you were saying, concerned about I think hang on. Oh, impact on current ecosystems, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, let's say that they did actually resurrect a dire wolf and set it out into our current ecosystems. The animals that the dire wolf was preying on 10, 20, 30,000 years ago are extinct. It's not the same landscape. So they don't belong in our ecosystem anyway. And so that would be the same with the mammoth. And the dodo is a little bit more recent. So that would be cool to bring that back, because I feel like that could potentially go back to that one island that they lived on. Wasn't it just one island, I think? Anyway, it's pretty cool what they did, but they didn't do what they said they did. So that's I think that's all I have to say about that. I did have some thoughts on it, though. All right, let's get to Kylie's Critters super chat and then check and see if I have any others. Thanks for this. Hi, Bob. Hope you had a blast on your trip with Dave. We have target trained our corn snake after watching your videos. Makes us less jumpy. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. Thanks for that super chat. I'm glad you were able to target train your corn snake. That's cool. I did have a blast on my trip with Dave. Dave's first video from that trip, he's got a food video that came out on his food channel where we ate food like in the city in Dominica. But his first reptile video is coming out next week, and mine is as well. We had a great time. It was cool. I did a live stream just for Patreon when I got back and told them all the stories. And there's a bunch of stuff that I would love to include in my videos that I have footage of because I filmed everything, but I just can't. So I told a bunch of stories to Patreon. That was fun to do that little debrief. Let me see. Hey, Amy, I'm gonna pull you on here, real quick. Hi, Amy.
Sure.
Am I good? Have you been able to keep up with super chats?
No.
Okay, hang on.
Sure haven't.
All right,
Guys,
Somebody comment right now if we've missed a super chat. If we've missed your super chat, tell me right now in the comment section.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Amy.
Yep.
All right, bye. I think I'm good though. I just scrolled up. Here's Peter's super chat. Thanks for this, Peter. Direwolf is a great tune, but Dead & Co. isn't the Grateful Dead, even with GDDNA. Yeah, I don't know that tune though. I feel like it's probably a classic, and I just don't know it. Yeah, this whole Direwolf thing is crazy. It's crazy cool. It's amazing what happened, but then the way they presented it is nuts. And the fact that the media, I mean, I guess, what does the media know? You know, this company, Colossal, tells them that they did this thing, and of course the media is just going to believe them. But I think it's insane that what they claimed they did, and it's not even close to what they did. You know. Thomas, I just noticed this. Did you see Jay's hybrid Burmese ball python? That's pretty common that people breed Burmese and ball python. Same with retics and Burms and retics and ball pythons and Angolan pythons and ball pythons. I'm not a big hybrid fan. I think it's interesting that it can happen, but I'm not a big fan of it if it doesn't naturally happen in the wild. There are some hybrids that happen in the wild. You know, different species that are close enough to breed, and their range overlaps. You know, they'll hybridize. I just put Lucille back, by the way. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, Robin says, how do you pack up the babies to ship? So excited for Squee to come home. So Squee is the name of the first baby from Damara's clutch that was shipped out and was received today. So Robin already knows now how those babies are packed up because she opened the box. Hang on. She sent me a photo. I love this picture of this little snake. She opened the bag and took a photo of the snake as soon as the bag was open. Look at how cute, right? And then there he is. He's a sweet little guy. But I love this. I love this open bag. Like, what's going on? Look on his face. If a snake could have a look on their face, that snake has one. Anyway, for those of you wondering though about how do you pack up a snake to ship, it's in a box about this big that is insulated with styrofoam all the way around, and you put the snake in a snake bag. You put packing material of some sort all around the snake, so it's not jostled around. It's pretty tightly in there. And then sometimes you need a heat pack. Sometimes you need a cold pack. You pop a couple holes in the box, especially when you're using a heat pack because it needs airflow. The snake has enough air to breathe in the box. If the holes weren't punched, it would be fine. But those holes are actually for the heat pack. And you've got to do some special labeling on the side of the box, and then you put it in FedEx and overnight priority overnight delivery, and it works. It's great. Where are we at? Okay. Kitty says, how on earth do you know when you've done enough homework and you're ready to care for a snake? This is a great question. She says, I find judging how capable or oh, hang on. Amy's flagging me down.
Hi. Candy's question is right under her super chat.
Oh wait, hang on. My comments were closed, so of course I didn't see a super chat. So wait. Oh, there's Candy's super chat. Hi, Candy. Thanks for the super chat. And then there's a question. Hang on.
Yep. Wait.
Right under it. Oh, there we go.
She says, thanks for turning me on to Lori Tarini. Having so much fun watching Willie too. Hi, Candy's critters.
Got it. Cool. Thanks for that. And then a hi to Amy. That's great. Yeah, Lori Tarini has some great content on, especially on target training and such like that. If you want to do a deep dive into science stuff and getting the snakes trained and such like that. Amy, thanks for that. See you in a bit. And then my buddy Willie Morris has started a YouTube channel, and I've plugged it on my channel too, so you may have already heard me talk about him, but he's a good friend, and he's a really good content creator. Like, he's making these little videos, and I'm like, dude, I don't even know how you're editing like that. Like, how do you do all that? So he's making some good content. He's got some cool animals, and I am trying to influence his reptile purchase decisions, because I want him to buy animals that I would like to have, but I'm not getting right now. And sometimes I'm in his videos. I was just over at his house last weekend, and we did a bioactive enclosure for his adult jungle carpet python, which was really cool. And we played with his beaded lizard, whose name is Kevin. It's a great name for a beaded lizard. Red Sonia, thanks for the super chat. Atlanta has a Renaissance Festival. Wink, wink. Atlanta has a Renaissance Festival. Wink, wink. You know, Red Sonia, yes. Every state in the country actually has a Renaissance Festival. They're all over the place. And if I wanted to still be just a touring Renaissance Fair person, I could have a gig every single weekend of the year somewhere in the United States. But as the channel has grown, I've been paring back my festivals. And I'm doing a lot more festivals this year than I thought I was going to be doing. And excuse me. And they're all on the West Coast, but I just got offered potentially one in Arkansas, which might be worth it for me to do. We'll find out. But it's very daunting to even think about it, you know, because most of these larger festivals are multiple weekends. So when they're out of town like that, I'm flying back and forth, flying over on Friday, performing all weekend, flying back on Monday, making all my videos, putting them out, flying back on Friday, doing all my shows, back on Monday, working on videos. It's a crazy schedule, which actually we're going to talk about, because somebody asked me about my schedule, how I do that. I think that was Tara that asked that, but we'll get to that question in a second. Jenna, I just saw this. Kevin is my new favorite YouTube lizard. You know what? I agree with you. That lizard, why doesn't my mouse work all of a sudden? That lizard is super cute and really sweet. So Willie's channel is Willie Morris, all one word, if you guys haven't seen it. He's got a biology degree, and he's just now getting back into reptiles. So he and Tara had a couple lizards, and then Tara was scared of snakes. And this is Willie is Tara Strong's boyfriend. I had Tara on for that video. She's the voiceover actress. And so yeah, she was scared of snakes, and now she's not. And so now Willie's getting all the snakes. And spiders too. He's now got some, I don't think he's announced that, but I'll announce it right now. He's got some tarantulas. So with WILLY. Hold on. I'm gonna just tell you right now what the channel. I'm gonna tell you the spelling of the channel right now. WILLIEMORRIS. Just plug that in. He's got cool stuff. I think if he continues the channel, which I think he will, it's going to be big. It's going to be a big channel. He already has a bunch of cool animals, but he's going to have more. He's just built an outbuilding outside their house to house reptiles, and I'm helping him with all that, which is super fun. I'm over there almost every Sunday. When I'm not doing Renaissance fairs, I'm out in Malibu at Willie and Tara's place, playing with snakes and playing with their dogs. Oh my gosh, their dogs are so cute. Snake treasures. Tara, hi there. This is Tara, you guys. Holy crap on a cracker. You are over 83,000 subscribers. When did that happen? This makes me so happy. So super proud to have you grown on the channel. Dude, love and respect. Oh, that's so nice, Tara. Thank you. That's really sweet. When did that happen? Just probably a couple weeks ago, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I'm happy with the growth of the channel. Thanks for saying that, Tara. That's really nice. Tim's here too. Hi, Tim. Good to see you, man. I'm scared of snakes. They take up my whole house. Yeah, Tim's got big giant snakes. They do take up his whole house. And Erica's here too. Hi, Erica. You may have been here the whole time, Erica. This is the first time that I saw. I'm now just looking at the. Okay. So what? Oh, you know what? Let's get another snake. Who do you want to see? Who should we? Let me see if I can find. Put in the chat if there's one that you want to see. But what happened to? Oh, Stella's in here. She's just hiding. Hang on. I'm just gonna get Stella out. Hey, lady. Hi. There. Ooh. There you are. Let's hang out with Stella for a little bit. And then I'll put her back, and she is going to be so happy with me when I give her a rodent. I'm seeing Handsome Dan. That guy is in shed. I just realized today. I was like, I haven't seen Handsome Dan in a while. What's going on with him? And then, of course, that means he's in shed. Which is sad because he spends almost every day out of his cage unless he's in shed or digesting. He's been in shed for like a week. Oh, hatchling holdbacks. Yeah, we could do that. I don't have, I'm not holding back any of these hatchlings, but I have 12 of the 13. So I can show you one or two of those. That's a great idea. Hang on. Robert's asking for Pip, the anthill python. That's a pygmy python, for those of you who don't know. I always say pygmy python, but they're also called anthill pythons. Stella, where are you headed, lady? You gotta stay with me. Caitlin, you're asking for tiger lily. We can accommodate that. Okay. So we're just gonna see how Stella does here while I answer a question or two. I'm gonna try to. She's just gonna try to leave because usually, you know, with Stella, with most of my snakes, I don't make them hang out with me unless they're a snake that can't free roam. You know, if it's a snake that can free roam, I bring them out, I'll hold on to them for a second, and then they can pretty much do whatever they want. So they're used to doing that. And so as soon as I'm holding them, they're like, oh, hey, man, okay, I'm out of here. Okay, where are we at on this Q&A situation? Oh, I started on Kitty's question so long ago. So Kitty's saying, how on earth do you know when you've done enough homework and you're ready to care for a snake? I find judging how capable or ready I am very difficult because so many care videos make caring for the snake seem pretty daunting. The species is a Brazilian rainbow boa, and I'm a very meticulous person and aware of the humidity challenges. I'm considering just keeping a bioactive PVC setup and having it establish itself to see how I can balance the humidity to make sure I can keep the snake healthy and happy. Yeah, that's smart, Kitty. And just generally, the answer to your question is that it's tough to know. And people like you who are very meticulous about things and are going about it the right way are the ones who are going to over prepare. And that's okay to be over prepared, but you probably were ready to get a Brazilian rainbow boa months ago. You know, the fact is that these snakes are not that complicated. There are certain needs that you have to provide for, and there's certain things that you have to learn, like how do you provide heat and how do you provide humidity? These aren't things that we're used to when we're caring for our cats and our dogs at home. So we have to learn how to do that. But beyond that, and then, you know, understanding their feeding habits and what's an appropriate way to feed them and such like that. It's all stuff that you have to learn, right? But once you've learned it, it's not complicated. They're much easier to care for than a dog or a cat or any other, you know, a bird. You know, these animals don't need active care every single day, even though we might check on them every day, but they don't, you know, they're not eating every day. They're not pooping every day. So it's pretty simple. So you've probably done plenty enough research and understand the animal. A baby Brazilian rainbow boa is, I mean, that's a thing. Humidity is important. You've got to keep them humid. But the ones I think that have the problems are when a kid goes to I say kid, it doesn't have to be a kid, and maybe I'm throwing kids under the bus, but just imagine a kid goes to a reptile show and convinces their parents to get them this pretty baby red snake with spots on it, and not listening to the breeder when the breeder says you got to keep it really humid. They're like, yeah, whatever, and they just put it in a box, and it doesn't survive very long because they need that high humidity. So as long as you understand that it needs high humidity and you figure out how to provide that, it's not that big of a deal. What most people do with baby Brazilian rainbow boas is they have them in a small enough enclosure where humidity is easy to keep tabs on, you know, high humidity. The larger the enclosure, the more that humidity is going to dissipate and it's going to be problematic. So, you know, it's going to dry out. So doing a bioactive like that is probably a good idea. But in a big cage, it's going to be harder to keep the humidity really high. So I would do it in a smaller cage. As a Brazilian rainbow boa gets older and gets a little size on them, the humidity is not as crucial. So, you know, Brazilian rainbow boas in the wild, I've been to where they live in the wild, and I've seen them in the wild, and released one actually that was going to be put into the export system. I brought it back into the wild and released it. They're in an area where just regular boas live and where anacondas live and stuff like that. So it's not ultra humid all the time for them their whole life. My guess is that these babies stay right near the water or maybe underground where it's super humid the first, you know, several months of their life, maybe their first year or something. They're staying in a very humid area of the jungle. And then as they get bigger and they don't need as much humidity, maybe they're coming out and being in the drier spots. But the jungle's a pretty humid place. So, but my point is that my boa is, well, he's not. But let's say my boa was a Suriname boa, right? Which we would provide the same humidity as I provide to Handsome Dan. That's way less humidity than you would provide to a baby rainbow boa, and they live in the same area of the jungle, you know. So that's why I think baby rainbow boas must be in like living in certain spots in the jungle to give them higher humidity. All right. Have I missed anything? I feel like I've been talking a lot and not looking at the chat. Oh, there's a super chat. Arlo, thanks for the super chat. This one goes out to you, Bob. And for all you do, I have 2 ball pythons that are very happy thanks to the education I got from your channel. Keep up the good work. Thank you, brother. Oh, that's so nice, Arlo. Thanks so much. I'm glad that the videos have been helpful for you. I'm glad your snakes are thriving. That's awesome. I appreciate that. That's really nice. Brady Bentley, you guys, here's my friend Brady Bentley, who coincidentally also happens to be Amy Bentley's husband. I love these live streams. This is when I work on all my nerd projects. Great content, great community. I'm guessing that Brady is standing over his 3D printer. And sorry, Le Frenchman. Hang on. I just hit Le Frenchman's. Francois says, glad my schedule opened up to catch you when you're live. I'm glad too. Le Frenchman. Hey, lady, don't knock stuff over. Man, she's so freaking long at this point. I mean, I'm sure some of you have much longer snakes, but she's so much longer than she used to be, I guess. Anyway, I'm guessing that Brady is standing over his 3D printer right now, 3D printing some character from a movie or comic book. That's my guess. Am I right? Am I right? Hang on, Amy. Am I right about that? What's he up to?
So I don't think he's standing at the printer. I think he's working on something that came off the printer, which he brought down here when he brought me a phone charger and some grapes. Because he's the best. It's pretty dope.
Yeah. Okay.
It's pretty cool.
I want to see pictures when he's done with it.
All right.
All right.
Hey, before you take me off.
Yeah.
There were a couple people asking about the 3D print file for the target.
Yeah, that you've printed for me. Yeah.
And asking if that is available for download somewhere. We're trying to figure out how to do that, but we also just figured out, because we're new to 3D printing, we just figured out how to do 2 different colored filaments. So we're trying to figure out how to get your logo on there too.
So cool.
So, yeah.
That's awesome.
And then we'll try to figure out how to make it available for download.
That's cool. That's awesome. I love it. My guess is that could be posted on Patreon or on Discord. You know, wherever you wanted to post it. There was somebody that offered to just send me targets with my logo on it, but I know that you guys wanted to figure out how to do that also. So I'm waiting for you.
Whatever you do, whatever you want to do.
Because you know that's a skill that Brady probably wants to have anyway, right? In 3D printing stuff.
What skills Brady wants to have.
All right. Thanks for that.
Sure.
I'm gonna. All right. Thanks, Amy.
Bye.
All right. Where are we at here? Stella's kind of distracting me at this point. Crisis Corp says, any advice you would give to a new boa owner? Oh, I have so many questions about this. So watch this. Crisis Corp wants advice on a new boa owner. Danielle Champion picking up a BCI tomorrow. So Danielle already has it, I would say, because this was asked a few days ago, I think. What advice would you give a new boa owner going from ball pythons to a larger version? What are your biggest challenges, if any? And then Barbara Perry says, I too am also going from a ball python mom to picking up my long sought after 8-month-old Hog Island boa this week. You guys, congratulations on all your boas. I'm going to answer your question in a second. So excited. I'm interested to find out what differences I should expect from a ball python. Cool. Okay. And then Crisis Corpse is also asking what my favorite morph is besides Handsome Dan. So I'll answer that really quick because it's easy. I don't know a lot of the boa morphs, and I'm sure if I got into it, I'd find one or two that I'd be like, oh man, this is it. But for me, it's always been IMG. I love a dark snake, and the IMG is increasing melanin gene, meaning it increases as the snake gets older. So you know, by the time it's an adult, it's basically an all black snake, and it's changed colors over. You know, it's gone through a ontogenic color change, which is really cool. So I really like IMG. But as far as differences, there's not a lot behaviorally. The biggest difference I would say is feeding them. You don't want to feed them like you're used to feeding a ball python, where you just throw a meal in there every week. Their systems are a lot touchier, and they're more prone to regurgitate, and so you've got to be careful about the sizes and the frequency of feeding. And then other than that, just remember that they are a semi-arboreal snake, especially when they're young, whereas ball pythons are not so much. I know people will argue with me about that, but if you look at the body type of a ball python, they're not semi-arboreal, not meaning that they won't climb if given the chance. They absolutely will. But a boa, you're going to find that when the boa is in your hands, it's going to wrap its tail and squeeze you hard and cut the circulation off on your arm like it would be doing to a branch. It'd be holding onto a branch, whereas a ball python does not do that as much. They might squeeze your arm when they're stressed, when they're nervous about something, but if they're just sitting there relaxed, they're not wrapped around your arm like you're a tree, you know. Whereas a boa will be like that. So my point is that providing them with climbing opportunities is a really cool thing to do. With ball pythons, I provide them with climbing opportunities, but not high up in the air, because they'll fall and hurt themselves. Austin, thanks for the super chat. I can help with the 3D printing design a little bit. Oh, thank you. I've had a lot of people offer to do that. And if Amy and Brady decide that they don't want to do that, I will take somebody up on their offer. Because there's a lot of people with 3D printers. Hi, Amy. Hang on. Amy wants to say something. Hi.
Austin, I don't know if you saw Brady's previous comment. He said he's not above asking for mentorship. And if you are willing to help, will you please find him on social media? His exact wording was, I'm easy to find on social media as my name is a train wreck to spell correctly. So any social media, it's Brady Bentley. It's spelled really wonkily, as you can see.
I feel like Utah is being called out right now.
Well, you know being a Utahn, you know how I feel about Utah's naming goes.
I know.
We've chatted about it a time or 1,000.
Yeah. I love getting the names of people. You text me every time somebody has a wonky spelled name. It's a thing for those of you who don't know, and I didn't know until Amy told me a long time ago. It's a thing in Utah to name your kid something and then spell it crazy. So Brady's name is spelled Breyde, and that's actually pretty tame compared to the stuff that Amy texts me whenever she meets somebody or hears that somebody had a kid and this is what its name is. Check this out. It's very funny. Anyway, okay. So did we get that? The social media, whatever Brady wanted to share?
I think so. That's all.
Okay.
Thanks, Austin.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Austin. Katie, thanks for this super chat. Did you have a question that goes along with that? Let me see if there was one asked. Oh, I see it. No question. Just saying, hey, just got home from a funeral, so your face made me smile. Oh, I'm sorry about the funeral, whatever that was about. And I'm glad that my face makes you smile. Thanks for that super chat, Katie. It was really sweet. Crisis Corpse, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the advice. Eclipse is settling in nicely. He's taken 3 meals and gone into shed. He's an IMG morph. Awesome. I love that. That's cool. Send pictures. I'm glad Crisis Corp. I'm glad that your bow is doing well. Brady says, Bob, you're probably the only person to use the word tame in conjunction with my name. Well, I hear all the other name spellings that happen in Utah. I don't know why that's a fad in Utah, and apparently it has been for a long time. You know, people have been doing that for a long time because, you know, Brady's not 14, so and it's still happening. Okay, I'm gonna put Stella back because she's nuts. Maybe we'll grab another. Oh, let me show you a baby. We'll just grab a baby. It's going to be kind of random. I'm just going to see who's out and available. Thomas, this is a good question. I'm just seeing this. How do black-headed pythons compare to super dwarf retics with regard to being active, social, interactive, and curious? They are. I would say that they are more active than a reticulated python. Even though, and the reason I'm saying that is that when a black-headed python is out roaming, and I realize most people don't free roam their black-headed pythons, but when they're out roaming, they don't stop. They're cruising all over. They never stop. Reticulated pythons are very active, and oftentimes they don't stop, but eventually they'll be like, oh, okay, it's nap time. So in that case, in that sense, black-headed pythons are more active. They are not more interactive, though. I wouldn't say that they're really interactive at all. My reticulated pythons come up to me. They're interested in what I'm doing. And in fact, the snake wall, when you guys see my snake wall room, that's my bedroom. I don't show that. I don't show the whole room, but my bed is very close to the snake wall. And when they're in that room cruising around, I'll come in sometimes. You know, I'm taking a break from editing or whatever, and I'll come in and they're both in there, and I'll lie down in my bed, and maybe 5 minutes later, they're on the bed, tongue flicking on me, being like, hey man, what's up? What's going on? Black-headed python would never do that. Maya would never do that. She could care less what I'm doing, what I'm up to. But very interesting. They're just totally different snakes. So interactivity, not much. But active and interesting and completely different behaviors, yeah, I like them a lot. I like black-headed pythons a lot. But if you're looking for a snake that's going to be interested in you, this is the one. So, oh, wait, hold on. Laura, thanks for that super chat. I'm going to get back to yours, though, because I was trying to click on Thomas's. Thanks for this, Thomas, the super chat. Where did you get your 4-foot birch logs for your enclosures? Everywhere I've seen them, they are shorter in length. Thank you and love your channel. Oh, thanks, Thomas. That's nice. These aren't 4 feet. They're 5 feet and 3 feet. So 5 feet over here and 3 feet over here. But you probably can get 4 feet. And I'm embarrassed to say I got them on Amazon. You can just get them in bundles. And I just was tired of looking for them because you would think they're just freaking sticks, right? You would think that you just find them somewhere. But I couldn't find them at reptile shows. I didn't want to go out in the forest and chop stuff. So I just got them on Amazon. Laura, thanks for the super chat. Turning a china cabinet into a vivarium, 5x5x4, cool. In the research phase and to plan, I need a reptile in mind. A rookie, need suggestions. Leaning away from a snake for this because it's in the RPG space in my game store. Oh, because some people don't like snakes. Is that what you're saying? So that makes sense, though. I get that. So a lizard in a 5x5 by 4 feet high, or maybe 4 feet deep and 5 feet. It doesn't matter. Very, very close to a box, but pretty big. I would say an Aki could live in there really nicely. You could put a, you could get a species of iguana that's not necessarily a green iguana. I would go with something else. You could do that. You could get you could do a beaded lizard. Speaking of Willie's beaded lizard, Kevin, beaded lizard would do great in there. And they're climbers. They're sort of semi-arboreal. So you guys put in the chat what should go in that 5x5x4. Ryan, thanks for the super chat. Love your channel and have my first Dumerals boa coming soon. Oh, cool. Congrats. That's awesome. Dumerals boas are such great pets. You guys, they are. And I'm saying that having not ever like I haven't had one before, but I've interacted with them enough and I know enough people that have had them and have them. They're just fantastic. Todd is asking how old Stella is. And I'm going to say she's 3. I'll look it up here in a second. Oh, let me put her back. I just want to put her back. Because I am going to feed her in a little bit, as well as Echo. And maybe Maya, although I haven't seen Maya. I gave her a small quail last night. Hang on, I'll tell you the story. So last night I thawed out 2 smaller quails. They're 2 to 3 week old quail. She is 3. I know that already. Stella's 3. Thanks for that super chat, Todd. And I was going to feed her, and then I thought, oh, let me wait till tomorrow, and I'll feed her in the live stream. It'll be more fun. So I thought, all right. The inspector was looking for food, and it was time to feed him also. And I went, okay, I'll just feed him one of the quails because he'll probably eat one, even though he's 8 years old and he never in his life has eaten anything but a rodent. But I was pretty sure he'd take a quail, and he did immediately. Like he didn't even pause. He just grabbed it, and it took him much longer to swallow it because there's a wing involved and everything. But he ate it no problem. And then the second one, I thought I could get Captain Farrell to eat. And he wouldn't, and nobody else would, because ball pythons are picky, and giving them a quail is not like that's not a rodent. So most of them are not going to see that as food. So my point is, I ended up just putting it in Maya's cage, and she went and ate it. So she didn't have a big meal last night. She had a pretty small one. Hang on, Amy. Hi.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
So the finish of the thought is that I've thawed out some fish for Maya, but she's been just in a hide digesting that. Usually if she eats a small meal, she's out the next night, like no problem. Their digestive systems are really fast compared to other pythons. Hi, Amy, what's up?
Hi. So in Laura's super chat where she said she's turning the cabinet into a vivarium, the dimensions of that are 5 by 1.5 by 4. So it's not 5 by 5 by 4.
Oh.
And some of those larger lizards you said probably are not going to fit in there.
True. If it's 5 by 1.5, yeah. True. Sorry, guys. A lot of times I read stuff. I find this out the next day. I read stuff aloud and I'm skimming the comment and I don't read it correctly. Like I'm sure it just said 1.5 and I'm sure that was really easy to see. I'll see it tomorrow and be like, why didn't I say that correctly? Happens a lot when I'm reading stuff because I have 10 things going on in my brain that I want to say. Plus I'm reading a comment and I get stuff wrong. All right. Thanks for that clarification. So now we're talking about 5 feet by 5 feet by 1.5 deep. So that's going to change where you're going to want a much smaller reptile in there. Thanks, Amy. Appreciate it. Fizzy, thanks for this super chat and this nice reminder to hit the like button, everyone. If you're enjoying this live stream, if you hit the like button, it just helps YouTube to know that this is a quality live stream that they should push out to other people. And some folks find my channel just by jumping on the live stream and going, hey, that's a crazy looking guy with a beard and a hat. I wonder what he's talking about. And if I happen to say something interesting about snakes in the first 10 seconds before they click off, maybe 3 seconds, they might stick around. Amy Olson, thanks for the super chat. You guys, we got so many back-to-back super chats right now. Converting a room into a snake room. I already made my many things snake-proof. Any snake-friendly furniture suggestions for enrichment purposes? Species, ball pythons, lots of empty bags and boxes so far. Cool. That's awesome that you're doing that. Yeah. As far as furniture, my biggest advice, when I buy a couch, I don't buy a couch that has inner workings. in it. I don't buy a chair. I would love to have a lazy boy chair that goes and opens up wide and everything, but I can't have snakes crawling into the inner workings of things. So I know that my snakes are always going to want to be under my couch. My ball pythons want to be under my couch. So I have a couch that doesn't have anything they can get into. So that's important. I don't have, I mean, I wouldn't have a rocking chair anyway, but I don't have a rocking chair because I'm not going to, a snake could easily get under that. So thinking of stuff like that, even this, I'm on a rolling chair right now. I'm sitting on this rolling chair right here. This thing is what I'm sitting on. And that makes me nervous when I have snakes around on the floor. I don't have any snakes on the floor right now, but you got to think about all that kind of stuff. It's always in the top of my mind. I have snakes out so often that I think my brain is just wired to know who's out and generally where they are. And I'm always careful when I'm walking around. I'm careful with anything like this rolling chair, stuff like that. You kind of, I think as you get used to having snakes out in whatever room you have them roaming in, you get used to sort of being aware, hopefully, because accidents can happen. It's always a risk. Even when you have a snake-proofed room, there's a risk. So you have to be really cognizant of what's going on and sort of where your snakes are to mitigate any potential problems. That's cool that you're putting that room together. Jenna, thanks for the super chat. Just fed the new baby ball python a quail. She grabbed it. That's awesome. That's cool. When I talk to people, when people ask me, should I change up my ball pythons feeding and give them a quail, I usually say no. And the reason is that ball pythons are so picky that there's a good chance that you're going to waste that prey item. Like I did with the second quail. The inspector took the first one, but no other ball pythons would take the second one. If I didn't have Maya to eat that one, I would have wasted that prey item. But also there's a chance with some ball pythons that they'll go, ooh, I only like quail now. I'm not going to eat a rodent anymore. And I know the inspector so well that wouldn't be an issue. And if it was, fine, he can eat quail forever. Like, I don't care. But for a lot of people, that's a problem because a quail or whatever other prey item that you fed that snake may not be available all the time, So speaking of snake, what others? We're looking for. Okay, hang on. I'm getting a baby in just a second. I'm gonna get David's super chat here. Hog Strictors, David, thanks for the super chat. Here's another super chat to help with the chat congestion. Love the big announcements and all the content. Oh, thanks, David. You're the best. That's awesome. So David and Le Frenchman, who's also in the chat right now, and maybe a couple other people are going to help me out with a big bioactive. I mean, depending on what day we end up actually doing it, hopefully they'll be available to help me out with this big bioactive project that we're doing. There will be videos on it, but I think I'm turning all my cages bioactive, you guys. And Hog Stricter is going to be over here. Le Frenchman's going to be over here. Some other people. I just listed the folks that are currently in the chat. And we're going to have a bioactive party. Black Box Cages is sending me some new cages. I got snakes getting upgrades. It's going to be a big deal. It'll be fun. It'll be a party. It's going to be a bioactive snake party in the green room shortly. Okay, here we go. I'm getting babies out. Let's see who's available real quick. Ooh, here's one. We got a fan favorite that's out and available right now. Oh, and then another one that, oof. Okay. I like the contrast with these two. Hi, I'm back. So this one here is number 5. And I don't, there's 13 babies. I don't know them all by looking at them, but number 5 is so distinct that I know that this is number 5. What a little beauty. And then this one might be number 9. mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Although it does to the people who have who they're going to. So I guess I think, dang it, trying to get, there we go. So this one is there's certain things about their patterns. This one doesn't look like any other snake in the clutch, so easy to tell. This one does look like a few other snakes in the clutch, except the difference in this one is the spots on his spine. He's got polka dots. I can't. There we go. This way. He's got some polka dots on his spine. But really cool little, this one's a pinstripe. This one's like pinstripe banana, firefly, inchy maybe. I don't remember. I'm just going by look. And this one's got to be, oh, orange dream on both of these. This one's orange dream, pinstripe, inchy pen, orange dream, pastel or fire. I don't know. I'll have to look at my notes, but pretty cool little babies. All right. Let me answer a Patreon question. How about that? See where we're at. I feel like it's been an hour since I last answered a Patreon question. Oh, we had it. Okay, for those of you who've been on this whole time, we had a bunch of people asking about boa morphs, or not morphs, but boa behavior versus ball python behavior, because I have 3 of my Patreon supporters that are getting boas. Congratulations, you guys. And I feel like we talked about that an hour ago. And then we went off on other stuff. So the next question here is from Dark Moon Dragon, Nick and Julia. Hi, Bob. I adopted my first ball python, the Cinnamon Purple Passion. Cool. Recently from my local reptile rescue in Supply Shop. They were unsure of his age, but he's definitely an adult and currently weighs 1,281 grams. Yep, that's for sure an adult. When I asked how often they're feeding him, they told me he gets a medium rat once a week. Wow. That's a lot. Let me just finish. We'll get to that. That struck me as odd because most feeding guides have suggested feeding every 14 days for his size. Yeah. His body condition seems healthy, so I'm thinking I should feed him every 2 weeks instead of every week now that he's in my care, but I was curious to what you would do in my situation. Yeah, that's definitely, especially for a male, males don't need mediums. That just, even if it was every 2 weeks, I would say the snake is being overfed if he was getting a medium every 2 weeks. I don't feed any of my males anything larger than a small rat, and it is every 2 weeks. So, yeah, I mean, if it were me, I would say, great, this snake is used to eating a medium every week, and now it's going to eat a small every 2 weeks. So that would be the healthier way to go for that snake, I would say. I think, there's so much information on ball python. There's so many care guides and different, especially breeders that are talking about what they do for their snakes. And in breeding season, you feed an adult male or an adult female every week because they need that extra body fat. So, and you feed young ones once a week. And so people get that information and they think that just every ball python should just be fed every week. And that is too much food. So I only feed my adults once a week if it's a female in breeding season. Once my females are out of breeding season, they go back to every 2 weeks. And I have some that are on every 3 weeks. So my 2 largest, Damara, who's done with breeding season, these are her babies, she's getting fed a medium rat every 3 weeks. And Kata, who I'm not breeding right now, gets fed a medium rat every 3 weeks because they are large snakes. They don't need that much food. And And males, I don't want my males to ever get large. I want them to be kind of lean and mean type snakes. Not mean literally, but you know what I mean. So that, a small every 2 weeks works great for them. Zach, thanks for this super chat. Hey, Bob, I'm drinking Jameson tonight. Awesome. I'm a big fan of Irish whiskey. Would you be comfortable having a blackhead python interact with younger kids? I think they're my favorite python, and I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old that love snakes. That's a great question, Zach. Depending on the individual, it's tough to say that as a species, black-headed pythons are good with kids, because that's not necessarily the case. It would have to be one that's worked with. So, for instance, I would say for Maya, who's worked with a lot, Maya's very well socialized. I would not hand her to a kid, because I just don't trust her to all of a sudden not go into food mode and go, oh, let me just check and see if this arm is tasty. Banjo, though, my other black-headed python, I would hand to a child, because Banjo has never bitten. When he's in shed, and I go in to his cage, he gets real defensive and will strike. But that's if he's in shed and in his cage. Once he's out, or it doesn't even matter if he's not in shed. I mean, I wouldn't be handing him to a kid in shed anyway. But otherwise, I can go in and grab him, no problem. He's never bitten, so I would hand him to a kid. So it's tough to know that if you buy a black-headed python, would your kids be able to interact with it? It kind of depends on the personality of that snake, Dark Side Morphs just joined the horde. Awesome. Congrats on that. I hope you enjoy that crazy group of people, because I quite enjoy them. Welcome to the horde of keepers. Crisis Corpse, thanks for the super chat. I'm meant to make a video about number 13 for Patreon today. I will do that tomorrow. Yes, that snake has taken a meal, but I haven't talked about number 13 really, other than on Patreon. So I will. I'll talk to you guys about number 13. That was one of the assist fed snakes. I've assist fed 3 snakes. I mentioned that earlier in the live stream, but number 13 was one of the ones who was assist fed. So I'll make a little video maybe tomorrow if I get time to about that. Dark Moon Dragon, thank you, Bob. Really appreciate the advice. Awesome. No problem. I appreciate the super chat. Okay. Where are we at? Look how curious number 5 is here. Okay, all right. We're flipping pages. That's where we're at. We're on Chris's super chat here in a second. Hang on, Chris. Number 5 is just ready to go. Just ready to roll. Chris, thanks for this. I've learned so much from you, Bob, and found something that I love so much. Ball pythons. You're watching your content. Maybe go buy Future Bob a crazy hat. Thank you for all you do. Oh, that's so nice, Chris. I appreciate that. I'm glad that the videos have been helpful or inspiring or whatever. I appreciate that. It's really nice. Have I missed any? You guys, if you've put a super chat in and I've missed it, please post and Amy will see it. I might see it too, but there's a better chance that Amy will. I'm going to put these babies back and we'll get another snake. Who do you want to see? What's my hat size, Red Sonja? I don't remember. I'll have to ask me that on Patreon, Red Sonja, and I'll look and see, because I don't remember. I feel like it's 7 1/4 or 7 1/2 or something. I don't know. You'd think I would know. I have so many hats. You would think I would know what my size is. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to refill my coffee. Wait, what did I do with? Oh, I don't have it in the other room. I have it right here. I did a 32-ounce pour over. which is not the ideal way to do a pour over, but I wanted to have it in my little carafe. For those of you that weren't here, I'm drinking the brand new coffee, Green Room Pythons, cold-blooded caffeine company, Green Room Pythons blend, old world, new world coffee that I personally hand selected as my favorite blend, and now you can get it. 25% off with code Green Room, all one word. And I'll put the link in the description after this video is done and it's on replay. The link will be in the description. It's great coffee though, and it was fun to do the taste. I did a lot of tasting. I did a lot of like set them all up. They send me a bunch of different coffees. I set them all up. I do 1 cup of each and try like 5 at a time or whatever, and then start trying the blends. And it was fun. It was a whole process. Who's awake? Third cage down on the right. Oh, this right here. Wait, I don't think you're. That's Echo right there. Look at how she's just ready for a meal. That's her strike position right there. Watch this. Look at that. You can't go too close with that camera, but look at her. Crazy snake. Let's see what happens if I open. She's so keyed up. Why do you think you're being fed? I mean, you are later, but not right now, lady. We'll just see what she does. You know, I was planning to feed Banjo too tonight, and I will, but I expected him to be out because he's been out looking for food, but I don't think he's been out at all during this live stream. Hi, I'm back. Fizzy, thanks for the super chat. I'll put it back on Echo if she does anything interesting. Are the babies still cohabbing? Do you feel like you've seen a difference? Are you planning a whole video about that? The babies are still cohabbing. I'm not currently planning a follow-up video, but I will tell you, I mean, I have assist fed 3 of these babies. 3 out of the 13 had to be assist fed. For this clutch, I don't know that I see a different. I mean, it's hard to know what they would have been like if I had put them individually in tubs. Maybe I would be assist feeding more than 3. Maybe I wouldn't be assist feeding any, you know. So it's hard to know what they would have been like. I think to do a real test, you would have to do, you know, you would have to take half your clutches for the entire season and put them together versus, you know, and maybe do that for a couple seasons and go, all right, the clutches that were together acted like this and the clutches that I separated acted like this. So it's tough to know, but I will say that I don't, you know, if they all just readily ate immediately, I'd be like, oh, there might be a thing to this. But they didn't. It took a number of them a while to eat. Everybody has all now had a meal, and 3 of them are from assist feeds. But we had 1 snake that ate 5 meals and was sent to their new home yesterday and landed there today. And then I have many snakes who have just taken their first meal, or a few snakes that have just taken their first meal, and a lot of snakes who have just taken their second meal, and a few that are on their third. So what I do is I feed 2 for this clutch. I'm feeding 2 hopper mice, and then they get switched to rat pups. And so far, everyone who has been offered a rat pup has taken it. So that's cool. I only have a few right now that are still on mice. Okay. Here's what's happening with Echo right now. That is hard to tell the depth perception there, but she had her head out of the cage. I bet she's trying to figure out what's going on. Hey, what's happening? You're not getting fed. We need a hook. We need a hook for you, lady. Hey, you see this? Yeah. She just bit the hook. She's totally looking for food. You know what? We're going to keep you in your cage. I am going to feed you some food, but let's keep you in your cage. You're crazy. You're crazy right now. All right. You know what's going to happen, you guys? I'm going to warm up. I'm going to get some hot water going in the bathroom sink, which is where the rodents go in their plastic bags. Amy, do you want to hold on? Hi, Amy.
Hi.
Hang on. Let's see. There we go. What exciting things are happening in your snake room while I get water going?
Well, a couple of days ago, half of my ball pythons refused their meals. I was feeding all 6 ball pythons and half of them refused. I skipped a feeding day for Dodger, though, my false water cobra, because she was shedding. And one of my ball pythons is a mouser. And so Dodger ate her first jumbo rat. Nope, it wasn't a rat, it was a mouse. Her first jumbo mouse a couple of days ago. And I was really, really worried that it was going to be too big for her. But she did it. She did great. Yes. Dodger's name is Dodger because she's the daughter of Roger. You are correct. Roger is the false water cobra that is like the ambassador of the species at Snake Discovery Zoo. He is a sweetheart. And Dodger is just like him.
Dodger, the false water cobra. Did you mention? I haven't been listening, but did you mention? All right.
Yeah. I can just, she's not head shy. She's so sweet. I can grab her by the head and redirect her or whatever I need to do. She's super duper awesome. Azara, my tortoises are doing pretty good. They, we're fighting right now, me and the tortoises, because every time I clean their enclosure, they immediately poop in their water. Like every time. It's making me really sad at them. Sarah, I am not coming to Minnesota. I got a new job. And it's a seasonal job, so I'm still doing the t-shirt printing and all of that, but I got a seasonal job with Iron County, Utah. And
Amy is so busy lately, you guys. I don't even hear from her every day anymore.
I used to text Bob, like he used to hear from me like all day, every day, and now he calls me and he's like, "Hey, so I haven't heard from you for a couple weeks. I just want to make sure you're okay, you're still alive." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm alive. I'm doing great." I'm very busy. It's a very physically demanding job too, so it's
we are going to miss you in Minnesota. I wish you could come.
I know. I really, really wanted to be there, but because it's a seasonal job, I don't get vacation time. I've got to work for the season.
Yeah.
So
one of the next trips.
But guess what? I did see a snake today.
You did? What'd you see?
I think it was just maybe like a king snake. It was really maybe a racer. It was really fast.
Oh, just
I saw it. I hopped off my 4-wheeler and tried to grab it, but it was already gone.
You guys, she has a seasonal job where she gets to drive a 4-wheeler around. Like it's so cool.
It's amazing. For like 6 hours today, that's all I did. I went out in the country with my fancy little sun hat, and then I just drove around and I sprayed weeds, and I saw a lot of lizards. But today I saw my first snake of the season today.
I'm so jealous. Okay, I need to.
It's a pretty sweet gig.
Let's see. Yeah, it is a sweet gig. All right. Thanks for that, Amy. Thanks for. Now I have the rodents warming up, and I put a timer on for 12 minutes. So we will now in 10 minutes we'll be feeding some snakes. All right. Katie, thanks for the super chat. Katie says, Amy Bentley just became friends with the other Amy on Facebook, and it made my day. Now I need to find you. So I'm guessing you're friends with Amy Benzie on Facebook. Amy Bentley is definitely on Facebook as well. Ghost01, thanks for the super chat. Amy Bentley, Geneva, the ball python, is potty trained and has only gone once in her enclosure in the 6 months I've had her. Playpen for the win. Do either of you have any snakes that won't go in their enclosure? I tell you what, I don't necessarily call it potty trained, but annoyingly, Maya does not like to go in her enclosure. She wants out, and she wants out so that she can poop. That's annoying. But, you know, when people see on, especially in like short TikTok videos or Instagram videos, people will ask, they'll see me free roaming all these snakes and they'll go, isn't there poop all over your house? Like, isn't it? And these are non-snake people, so they don't understand that snakes have a slow metabolism. And, you know, I always tell them most of these snakes poop like every 4 or 5 weeks, something like that. But not with Maya, not with black-headed pythons. And I don't explain that because most people don't have black-headed pythons, but they have a much faster metabolism. They poop after they eat, like a couple days after they eat, they're ready to poop. And Maya wants to do it somewhere outside the cage. So I've got to follow her around so I make sure I know where she goes so I can clean it up really quick. And in some ways it's better than her pooping in her cage, you know, because it's easier to clean up, I guess. And once she's gone, once I know that she's gone, I know that she's not going to go again until she eats again, you know. All right, let me see where we're at. By the way, when I was gonna say, do you guys should we target train? Should we use a target with the reticulated pythons? And I assume you all are gonna say yes. Like, why would you not want to see that? My guess is though that at least Echo will strike at the target because she's in food mode right now. The deal with, I'm going to get back to these questions for a second, but so the deal with snakes, for those of you who don't know, is snakes' brains are sort of work in modes. They're kind of like computers, and thinking mode, a mode where they're thinking and able to figure stuff out, is a mode that their brain is in. And if their brain is in any other modes, it's not in thinking mode. So food mode is where their brain is just in this instinctive, I'm going to strike at something that I think is food. I'm not going to think first. I'm just going to strike at whatever. If there's something that triggers food in my brain, I'm going to go after it. There's fight or flight mode where they will, you know, strike by fighting, or they're going to run away. There's no thinking involved in that either. Sleeping mode, and then there's thinking mode. So the trick in target training them is that they see that target needs food. So their brain should snap straight into food mode, but we're asking them to think and do a behavior before they get their food. And that's really hard for a snake to do, but it can be done if they start out in thinking mode. They see that target and they go, oh, is that, oh yeah, I think that's food. And they'll go up to it and they'll touch it with their tongue or their nose and they get their food. It's great. But if you start out with them in food mode already, they'll see the target and they'll go, that means food, boom, and they just strike. So I'm guessing that's what'll happen with Echo today, and maybe Stella, because Stella often tries to strike at the target. They've done it enough now, and I don't want them breaking my target, because they'll strike at it and wrap it, and then they have it in their mouth for 10 minutes before they unwrap it. And because I don't want them to do that, I just want them to, rather than touch it with their nose, just go towards it a little bit. I'll keep it far enough away so they don't hit it, hopefully. And then I give them their food. Because I'm not trying to have them do obstacle courses or anything like that. I just want to use it as a food cue. You know what I mean? All right. Let's get back to these questions. Let's see if I can answer a few questions in the next 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes before we get these rodents out. Okay. Natalie has 2 questions. Between CHE, DHP, and RHP. So ceramic heat element, deep heat projector, radiant heat panel. Which one do you think is more suitable for a 4x2x2 PVC enclosure? So I'll explain these. The CHE and the deep heat projector are basically bulbs. They're not light bulbs, but they're heat bulbs that point the heat down in a very concentrated area. Between those two, a deep heat projector, I think, is better because it gets the heat deeper into the animal's body. There's certain science behind it that is better than just the heat that a ceramic heat element provides, which a ceramic heat element is fine, but deep heat projector is better. A radiant heat panel is what I have in all of these cages, basically. That's a square about yay big, and it sits on the roof, and it's basically a big heat mat that radiates the heat down. And that is good for a larger cage because it keeps that entire side of the cage warm, and it's not just concentrating one hot spot. So it kind of depends on your situation, whether you want, I'd say between the other two, your deep heat projector is a better, concentrated heat source, but you may want the larger heat source. I like the larger heat source, and then I give them a shelf to sit on that's a little bit closer to that heat panel if they need that. So I think in a smaller cage, the concentrated heat source is better. And then question number 2 from Natalie is, how do you manage your humidity in your PVCs? I'm in Arizona, desert climate, and it's a constant battle. So just, mixing water into that substrate, make sure you have whatever your cocoa husk based, at least, substrate is. Cocoa husk is really good at holding moisture. And then you may need to cover the vents. So this vent that you see right there, you see that vent? I'm going to be covering those, not all of them, because you still need some airflow, but I'm going to be covering probably at least half of them when I do this big cage moving and bioactive project, because right now these cages are a little bit too dry. I need to do some stuff to manage that. I'm finding that I'm having to add water to my substrate more often than I'd like to. The last green room 1.0, was more humid just in the room all the time than this place is. So I need to cover some vents. So that's your other thing. Cover up your vents, but not all of them. Make sure that you still have some airflow in there. Here, Natalie, I'm answering your question too, right? Yeah. Do you have to put covers on the RHPs? My ball loves to climb. No, because they're not going to sit. I mean, they might touch the radiant heat panel, which can get up over 100 degrees, but they're not going to sit there on it long enough to burn themselves. My snakes all they all climb up and touch the radiant heat panel, but they're not on there long enough to hurt themselves. If that was sitting on the floor and they could curl up on it, that would be a problem. But these are on the ceiling, and they're just going to brush by it or maybe sit there for a few seconds and then move. It's not a problem. Okay, Michael asks, what's the best way to sex your snakes? There are 2 ways to do it. You can't sex them visually. We're talking about ball pythons, because I know Michael has ball pythons. I think that's what he's talking about. Different snakes are different, but for ball pythons, you have to either pop or probe them, and it's not something you should do if you don't know how to do it. It's also not something that I show on my channel. Like, I don't try to teach people how to do it on my channel because they're both very tricky, and you can easily hurt your snake doing either popping or probing. So it's important that someone in person shows you how to do it if you want to learn how to do it. But for someone who just has a snake, you know, as a pet, you can have someone do it for you. But there's a third way that I almost didn't even think about, which is the best way to do it, which is send your shed to RGI, Rare Genetics, and have them, you know, pay them $20. I think it's $20 or $25. Hang on. $20 or $25 to determine your sex based on a shed. And that is the most accurate way to do it. And then you don't have to mess with your snake's butt, right? Okay. Let me answer Michael's next question, and then we're going to do the snake feeding. The next one is, can you shout out my two daughters, Alexis and Michaela? Thank you very much. Hi, Alexis, and hi, Michaela. I don't know if you're watching or not, but there's your shout out. Hi there. Hi to all of you. I'm glad that you're, you got to watch this part at least. All right. Good to see you, Michael. Okay. Here we go. Let's, let me grab, okay. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to put Amy back on the stage. I'm surprised you don't, I'm surprised you don't have a snake around your neck.
Oh, well,
it's all right.
I'm going to be honest with you. I got off work late. I got in the shower and I came out
right
of the
here.
shower
You didn't have any time.
right here. I didn't have time to grab a snake.
I got you. Hang on. I'm going to get Elizabeth's super chat real quick. Elizabeth, thank you for this. Scotch Fund, and hit the like button, everyone. Oh, Elizabeth, that's really nice. I appreciate that. Scotch Fund is always very helpful because Scotch is not cheap. Of the whiskeys, Scotch is the most expensive, and it's what I like the most. I'm not like an expensive, fancy guy, but I happen to like Scotch more than anything else. And because it's from Scotland, it's the most expensive. And hit the like button. Thanks for that, Elizabeth. All right, Amy, I'm going to go and grab rodents in a Target. So okay. If you have anything to say, or just stare at the, you know, they like to see your face. So, you know.
That's going to be on the internet now forever. That silly face that I just made. So I really hope you guys liked it. I don't have anything else to say. How are you guys? Staring contest. Ready, go.
Amy, how big is how big is Dodger now?
I don't know. She's big. She's noticeably larger than she was when she got shipped to me in that tiny box. I don't think she's going to be as big as like Roger or Jessica at Snake Discovery, and I don't think she's going to be as big as like Carol. Is that Clint's female?
Uh-huh.
I think that's her name.
Okay. I'm gonna do this. I gotta do this fast because these rats are not very warm. Thanks, Amy. I'm gonna pull you off right now.
Okay, bye.
So you guys, the rats aren't they're about 85 degrees. The snakes will go for them, but I'm concerned that they're gonna go for my hand instead. I don't think they will. Let's switch cameras. To there. And then, oh, of course, hang on. To get my long tongs. These are Lane Labs. Hi. These are Lane Labs medium large which is, I'm glad that they don't just go from medium to large because that's a big jump. A medium/large is a pretty big rodent. And for a reticulated python, they can have something that's bigger than the girth of their body. They're a much longer snake. So these rats are going to leave a pretty good sized lump in both of their bellies. And they've never had a medium/large before. This is the biggest prey item they've ever had. So here we go. Let's start with, oh my God, she's just absolutely on it. Oh my gosh, you guys, I just dropped the rat onto my chair, which is such a problem. All right, so she just is so ready to strike. So just kind of want her kind of near the target, and then I give her rat before she strikes the target. That went very well, except that the rat fell on my chair. Hang on. I'll give you commentary on what's happening right now, because this is such a catastrophe. I take a chlorhexidine wipe and I just wipe up the chair to disinfect it. So gross, you guys. It's super gross. All right. I hope nobody's laughing. If I see any laughter in the chat, I'm going to be super disappointed. If anybody's finding comedy in my misfortune. Oh, Banjo's out too. We're gonna feed Banjo too. All right. Do you guys have a good view of Stella? Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Let me get Stella's ready. Oh, don't strike, lady. Okay, that's good enough. See, it's not warm. There you go. She's used to a warmed up rodent, and that is not very warm. That was probably 80 degrees or something. So, there we go. Hi. So, I mean, that was about as good as that target session was going to go for these snakes, because they get so keyed up with food. And I don't try to have them. I haven't really worked with them to do extra stuff other than use that target as a food cue. I want them to show me that they recognize the target and that they see it and they know food's coming. And with them, and even with Handsome Dan has a different behavior with the target, where it's that he doesn't even. It used to be that he would come up and touch it with his nose, but now he knows that food is going to come. So as soon as he sees that target, he's usually in his sky hide. He comes halfway out of his sky hide and then gets into boa strike position, which is kind of every snake's strike position, but it's something that you see boas in this position a lot. So he sees that his target is a green ball. He sees it and he just gets into strike position. He's just ready. So that shows me that he recognizes it. He knows food is coming, and that's really all I need from them. I'm not trying to get them to do crazy tricks. So there's that. Now, I think what we'll do is pull Banjo out of his cage. Do I want to do that? So normally when I feed Banjo, I just hide food items around, but I think I can feed him some quail just with him with me. I've never done that before. I've done it with Pip. I did it, I think in the last live stream, I did that with Pip, and I did it with Harry, my two very small snakes. I'll hold them and give them some food. I think I can probably do it with Banjo without things getting too crazy. I'll feed him the one, and then I'll put him back in his cage while he's eating that. And then I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but we'll see. Okay. So let's do this. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna wait until Stella eats her rodent, and then I'll close her cage and we'll do Banjo's thing. So I'm gonna sit here, we'll watch what happens back there. It's gonna take them a while. And then I'll try to decide if that idea for feeding Banjo is a good one or not. I mean, it's not, it's definitely not, but it might be fun to try. So, okay. Will from CNC Python Factory says, what is your next species? Any thoughts on a colubrid? Maybe something unusual, like a Stuppies, rat snake, or a mandarin, as they don't require heat. Because I know a guy. So in other words, Will has a Stuppies rat snake, or probably babies, Stuppies or mandarin that he's trying to offload. Will at CNC Python Factory. If you don't know Will, he has more snakes than everyone. He's got a lot of snakes. So he's often going, hey, do you want a snake? But I will say this. I love a mandarin rat snake. They're so cool. And I have almost purchased them at reptile shows because I see these snakes with those cool yellow spots. Those yellow, I feel like they're triangles. I'm imagining a mandarin in my head. And I think those are diamond shapes. I might be wrong. But anyway, that yellow spot pattern is so cool on those snakes. But no, I don't want one. I do want one, but I gotta hold off. I do have a next species, but I'm not revealing it yet. There might be a few of you who know what it is. Amy knows. And that species will be in the green room in a matter of like weeks. Mom, I'm using hemostats. I can say they'd be perfect for holding on to snakes, Bob's chair antics notwithstanding. You mean holding on to rodents, Mom? Yeah, these aren't locking hemostats, but I have several ones. These are my biggest ones, and they do pretty well at holding on to rodents, but those were large rodents, and that one slipped. It's a problem when you have snakes. Most people, if you don't have snakes, you don't ever have this problem of, oops, I dropped a rat on my carpet or on my chair. But sometimes you drop a rat and it's super gross. And it's nice to have disinfecting wipes. All right, we don't have any snakes eating yet. I'm going to try and stay in this position so that we can watch. Gonna sip on my delicious Green Room Pythons coffee. Link in the description. Not right now, though. I got to put it in there later. Okay. If you're watching this later, then it is. Oh, Amy, you're putting links to the Spread Shop store? Because somebody wants a Handsome Dan shirt, maybe? Again, I'm not trying to make this a commercial. I just happen to be wearing this shirt today, and I didn't change it before the live stream. I did on purpose, though, get my Green Room Pythons coffee mug to drink my Green Room Pythons coffee. Yum. Can't wait to make the commercial. It's going to be such a fun commercial. I don't even know what it's going to be great, though. Okay. Where are we at on this? Got these two still just sitting there with their rodents. Oh, Will trying to pressure me into getting a rat snake. Got it. Okay. Kevin says, I'm intrigued by our snake's tongue flicking, especially when they point the tongue in different directions in the same flick. So it goes out and bleep, bleep, bleep. Yep. It's like they notice something over there mid-flick and then redirect the tongue. Are they smelling, tasting at that point, or have they seen something and decided to collect scent particles from a wider area? Yeah, that's a great question. So the cool thing about a snake's tongue flicking, what's happening there is they're gathering scent particles on their tongue. We don't know if there's a sensation or if they can actually taste from their tongue those scent particles, but what they're doing is they're bringing those in to their mouth, and on the roof of their mouth is a hole that leads to the Jacobson's organ, which is attached to their brain. So their tongue goes into that hole and touches that Jacobson's organ, and that's what figures out what's going on and where. So it is directional. Snakes can tongue flick and can tell directionally where something is. So when you're seeing them moving their tongue, they're trying to get more scent particles. So the Jacobson's organ has told them that they think there's something over there. So then they stick their tongue out again and they go over here. Oh, the rat's down the trail this way, or it's this way, and they just get more information on where directionally things are based on scent particles on that forked tongue. That's why they have a forked tongue. They can get stuff here, they can get stuff here, and their brain can tell which end of the fork the scent particles came from. Pretty freaking cool. What's up, Riley's Reptiles? Riley's in, you guys. You got any carpet python questions for Riley? He can answer them better than I can. Good to see you, man. Jason, I could easily wake everyone up. I'm often at Amy's house in the morning because when I go over there, I stay in their guest room, and they have a Keurig wherein I just take a little pod and make coffee. Super easy. And Keurig makes great coffee. I'm a coffee snob, but I'm not a coffee snob. I'm a what would you call it? Aficionado. That kind of means snob too, because I will go to Starbucks and just get regular Starbucks coffee. It's fine. Or I'll drink coffee at Denny's. It's fine, whatever. But I do like different I know what's good and what's not good, but I still will drink the stuff that's not good. Coffee's kind of like pizza to me. Even coffee that's not great is fine. It's coffee. But specially curated coffee is my favorite. Anyway, we got Echo maybe starting to eat over there. Where's my... Let's knock some of these questions out while we're waiting. We did the tongue flicking. All right, Brianna is asking, on average, how often do you strive to handle each of Green Room's permanent residents? Do you have a schedule set up to make sure it always happens, or does it just kind of happen naturally at this point? So it's kind of, it depends. With the babies, I do want to handle the babies on a regular basis, and I want to make sure that I'm either handling them on a regular basis or having some sort of interaction or some sort of thing where I maybe put them all in a playpen or something like that on a regular basis. Once it's a snake that I've had for a while, I just go with Snakebite. I see your super chat. I'll be there in just a second. I just go with whatever they want. So, for example, and I'll get him out right now because I haven't had him out for a while, unless he's in shed. The Sundance Kid. Such a delightful snake. But he's not trying to come out most of the time. He likes to sit in his hide almost always. But when he is brought out, he acts like it's no problem at all. Like he's just totally happy to have some activity. But because he's never just out, he doesn't come out very much, because he's not trying to. So it's the snakes, in the morning. My routine is I wake up in the morning and I check on all my snakes, usually first thing. And if a snake is, if they live in a tub If they're in the front of their tub or out of their hide, I just open the tub and see what they do. Some snakes will stay where they are. Some snakes will go back into their hide, and oftentimes they will come out. And if they come out, if they want to come out, they can come out. And then obviously for snakes that are in cages like this, I just see what they're, you know, if they're kind of on the glass in the front, I open it and let them out. But it also depends on the snake. I'm not going to let out Maya, my black-headed python, when any other snakes are in the room, because black-headed pythons are snake eaters. So even if she wants to come out, she sometimes has to wait until the other snakes are back in their cages. So I do it. I do it based on what the animal wants, you know. Riley, somebody's asking you which species of carpet python to get. I didn't see the original question, but based on your answer, I would get whichever one catches your eye and then find a friendly one to start. So get a jungle carpet python, but make sure it's friendly. Is that what you're saying? Jungles are super pretty. All right, where are we at? That may not have even been I just guessed on the question. I did like a Karnak thing. Who knows what I'm talking about? Karnak. Let's see. Kayla says, when is Kent joining? He's not very informative, but I love his overly dramatic reactions to snakes. You know, Kent was, he actually, no, he's not here anymore. He's, I thought he had been sitting outside. He had a cassette tape play. He had a Walkman that he had found. And in the Walkman was a TLC cassette tape that was, the tape was messed up a little bit. So he was using the pencil trick, and he's been outside pretty much this whole time, but he's actually gone home now. So otherwise I would have brought him in. That's a bummer. Should have read that question earlier. Sorry about that. Oh, I've got some super chats. Hang on. I think I missed one. I had Snakebite had a super chat that I said I was going to get to, and then I didn't. Hi, BK Snakebite. My BI is marked as an albino. She has totally black eyes. Is this possible, or is she misdiagnosed by the seller? I wouldn't say diagnosed, because that would be a disease. Misdocumented. Yeah, I would say, you know, albino will give pink eyes. So is the snake all white? Is it a leucistic snake? Is it yellow? Because yellow would be albinism. And you guys tell me, is there some morph combo that gives an albino boa black eyes? Which I don't think there would be, because I think the albinism usually would take care of the eyes and everything else. So that's interesting. I'd love to see a picture of that snake. See if we can figure out what that is. It's probably a T positive albino. So yeah, okay. Yeah, that's actually the that's the answer. It's T positive. Yeah. T positive is going to put tyrosinase. Is that the right word? Tyrosinase is part of, it's a protein that adds color to the snake. And a T positive albino takes all this protein that gives blacks and browns to the snake and takes it all out. So you get a yellow snake basically with pink eyes. But a T positive snake is tyrosinase positive. So that's one protein that does keep some blacks and browns. Handsome Dan is a T positive albino. And so he does not have pink eyes. He has brown eyes. And he also is sort of tan colored, you know, light tan colored, because he still has tyrosinase. So I'm sure that's what the breeder means. T positive albino. Okay. Caitlin, thanks for the super chat. Remember to take out the beautiful tiger lily. I will remember. fact, oh, look, we got, hold on. I will remember to do that, but we got Stella eating now. So, and Echo's eating too, but you're not going to be able to see it. But Stella's going to take that rat with no problem. That seems like such a big meal for her, but she could also have eaten a large. Like that's the medium/large, like I said. A large is a little bit bigger, and she would have been fine with a large. But I don't feel like I need to feed them those massive meals. And look at Banjo also out and about. He's ready to eat pretty soon. So we'll let Stella finish her meal. I will use a long hook to put her back in her cage because she'll be looking for another one because she always thinks she can have more. Get her back in her cage, get that cage closed, and then we'll take care of Banjo. We'll figure out what I'm doing with him. You know what? I'm not going to bring him out. I was going to bring him out and hand feed him, but that's not cool. I mean, it is cool. It is cool. But I think we can see him pretty well. And if I just put his quail in his cage like I normally do, it'll be fun to watch him find them. All right. While we watch this, let me see if I can answer some questions off camera. So, let me just say what's going on here. So I was feeding babies once, and I had some comments because I was feeding and then holding, can't remember what it was, but I was holding a baby and feeding it, and then I was holding it upside down, just like Stella is right now. And somebody commented, "Oh, poor baby, they can't eat very well because of gravity. They're upside down." But this actually is something that snakes do that does help them. I don't know why it helps them to eat, but with babies, you can hold them upside down like that sometimes, and it helps them to start walking the food into their mouth. And I wished I had explained that in that video. It was a long time ago, so I don't even remember what the situation was. I don't think it was a live stream, but let me angle this camera down a little bit. But I wish I had explained that the reason that I'm holding that baby upside down is because it helps them to eat better. There's nobody in that bottom cage, by the way, that one with the paper. That's just set up and the light is plugged in for some reason. It probably shouldn't be, but it is. But there will be a snake in that cage fairly soon, actually. So Stella, once that rat is almost all in her mouth, she'll go the other direction and use gravity to help get it down her neck. So, okay, while that's happening, let's figure out where I'm at. Suzanne asks, species or locality-specific book recommendations for ball pythons, dwarf boas, etc. It seems hard to find good resources in book form. Yeah, the reason that it's hard to find good resources in book form is that information changes very quickly. Scientific information changes very quickly. The taxonomy changes. What we thought we knew about certain snakes will change. So, that's why internet is often tough. Internet's tough. It's a double-edged sword because there's a lot of misinformation on the internet, right? But also when we get new information, it can be put out immediately. And that's why most people get the majority of their information from trusted sources on the internet. There are snake books that I like that aren't species specific or locality specific. There's a Smithsonian book on snakes in general that just has some cool information about tons of different species. All of the herping guidebooks, I say all of them. I don't have all of them, but I like a lot of them. Stuff like that, but those are not species specific. Oh my gosh. Amy, do you want to tell this story that you just texted me, or should I say it? Hi.
Hi.
Oh, wait, hang on. Hold on. We want to.
Yeah, bring that up.
Stella. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
So let me just preface this. Brady, your husband, my good friend, and also coincidentally your husband, is not comfortable with snakes, and has slowly become more comfortable as we've gotten more snakes and we've hung out. He's been in Clint's reptile room. He held Clint's big Burmese python around his neck. That was the thing. Now tell what just happened.
So he saw people asking if they could see some of my snakes in the chat room, and he knew I didn't have a snake. And then you said, "I'm surprised you don't have a snake around your neck," which I do now, but I didn't then. And he went into the snake room, saw that one of the snakes was out, so he opened the enclosure. He showed the snake his hand just to, let him know that he was not a threat. And Marty Love bit him.
It was Marty Love. Oh my gosh.
It was.
Bit him on the finger. Hold on. Now we're going to switch to me really quick. We got Stella swallowing that rodent, but we're switching to me because that's the picture. A lot of blood happening.
He said he's glad it happened because it really didn't hurt at all. He said, I mean, have you ever stubbed your toe on that coffee table over there before? I was like, yeah, I have. I know. Getting bit by a snake is really not that big of a deal. Although, while I have been struck at by 2 of my snakes, and I've gotten like a bluff strike from one of my snakes twice, Marty Love is officially the first snake in my house that has ever actually bit somebody. And it wasn't me.
But clearly Marty was looking for food, right?
She ate 2 days ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, she had a big meal 2 days ago.
Yeah. You had, when we went to Suriname, hang on. Hang on. I want that, and then I want to put you in. There we go. And then we want to remove. Okay, there we go. So when we went to Suriname, you had never been bit by a snake before, and you had a bunch of snakes. Like you kept a bunch of snakes, but they're all well socialized, and you understand their behavior. So you had never been bit until you grabbed hold of a wild Amazon tree boa that just absolutely tagged you relentlessly.
A couple times, yeah.
So funny because your arm was all bit up. So
like over and over. It got me on my thumb, on my middle finger, on my wrist. It was just like bite.
I shouldn't take so much pleasure in that, but it was so funny.
That's okay. I definitely laughed a lot when you dropped that rodent on your chair earlier. So we're even.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Okay, so we're gonna now I'm gonna close. Look at this. Stella went back in her cage on her own.
Did you see Brady's? Look at that comment that Brady just put on the screen.
Hang on. I gotta scroll down. Oh my gosh, I'm so far. I think I'm missing super chats. I'll get to them, guys. If anybody's super chatted. So glad it was me. No more fear. Oh, that's awesome, Brady. Good. Wait, why can't I? There it is. Nice. Brady, I'm so glad that happened, unfortunately.
So for all of you people out there that are nervous about snakes, have you ever stubbed your toe before?
It's so much worse.
Getting bit by a snake is not as bad as that. Not even by a long shot.
Not by a long shot. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm all right. Now we've taken so much time that look what's happened now. Watch this, Amy. I'm going to pull you off. Remove that. Could you guys still hear me? Because I got a message that my audio was removed. You couldn't, Amy? You couldn't hear me? All right. So what I was saying, dang, because I was giving good commentary. So Stella, I mean, obviously you guys saw it, I guess. She just bit the hook. And when that happens, she can have it. Like, it's fine. So she will. Oh, she's already let go. So probably tomorrow, I'll just leave the hook in there. Probably tomorrow I'll retrieve it. But right now she's so keyed up on food that I don't want to even reach my hand in to get the hook. So that can sit in there. No problem. All right. I think there's a super chat that's been sitting here. Thomas, thanks for this super chat. Hang on. Let's go there. Can you help us understand the early steps of teaching the target training? Yeah, it's actually really simple. The early stages. It's just showing the target and then giving the food. Like all you want is for the snake to associate that target with food. So a lot of times people will feed on a plate. Like for snakes and lizards that eat off of a plate rather than striking at tongs, they'll have like one plate, like let's say a blue plate that they feed on. The animals figure out really quickly that when they see that blue plate, they're getting fed. So that's really all you're doing with the target is you're going, see this, and now see your food. There you go. And you do that a few times. It really doesn't take that many times before a snake goes, hey, I think I remember that. I get fed every time I see that thing. And then they get real curious about it. With some snakes, it's like 2 or 3 feedings before they start going, oh, I think I know what that is. And they'll start going towards it. And that's the behavior that you want from them. So you want them to approach it and touch it with their tongue or their nose. Some snakes are really good at just doing that. Pip, my pygmy python, great at it. She goes right to it, touches her with her nose, never strikes at it. She knows exactly what to do, and she gets her food. Then we have some snakes that are so food crazy that they'll strike at it. And that happens sometimes. So I'm not, with my snakes, I'm not trying to get them to do more complicated behaviors. I'm not using target training as a way to shift them from one spot to another. I just pick them up and move them. But Lori Torini uses it to shift them all over, and she brings them through obstacle courses and all kinds of stuff, which is amazing. So she's doing the target training at on a deeper level with those snakes, which I think is great. I don't use it for that. But either way, whatever you're using it for, that beginning process of just pairing the target with food, you make sure they notice the target, they're awake and they're seeing the target, and then you go, here's your food. So that's it. Pretty simple. Danielle, thanks for that super chat. I don't know what that means. Does that mean okay? Is that bunny ears? Yeah, I don't have my glasses on. Oh, it's a middle finger. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What if Danielle super chatted me a middle finger? See, I think Riley's saying I stubbed my toe a few years ago in my snake room on the first night snake sitting for Cusco when his boy RJ was going to Davis for vet stuff. Broke my toe on the spot. Oh my gosh, you broke your toe. I was going to say stubbing your toe shouldn't even be in the conversation compared to a snake bite of that size. Like if we're talking about one of Cusco's large retics or something, that's going to cause some damage, a bite. But a ball python bite, something like that, we shouldn't even be talking about a toe stub. That's so much worse. Like that's an event. A bite from a snake of a smaller size snake is a non-event, But yeah, broken toe, man, that's bad news. That is bad news. Danielle, hiding super chats like Easter eggs. Thanks for that, Danielle. I am so far behind. Okay. There we go. So we got the Sundance Kid up on my hat. The Sundance Kid, by the way, you know, I don't show him in a lot of videos, but I will say, for those of you who don't know, Lucy, my snake babysitter, who makes appearances on the channel quite often, the Sundance Kid has always been her favorite snake. When I was teaching music lessons, she was a music student of mine, and I was teaching at a school for a while that she was at, and then when I left that school, she started taking private lessons from me, and she would come over, and Sundance Kid, she would grab the Sundance Kid as a snake to hold while she was doing her music lesson, and then she ended up being my snake babysitter when I'm out of town. But the point is that Sundance Kid has always been her favorite snake, and he actually belongs to her now, because when she turned 16, I told her that she could either have the Sundance Kid or one of his babies, whatever she prefers, once she is in a place where she can have a snake. Her mom is terrified of snakes, and so she's not going to have a snake while she's at home. So I'm just hanging on to him for her. And he's got a clutch that he's fathered in the incubator right now. His first and Evie's first. Evie, these snakes are both het for Sunset. Sundance Kid is also het for Clown. And so I'm very excited for that clutch to see if we get any visual sunsets from that. I'm excited about that. All right, we still have, we're at 2 hours and 42 minutes into this live stream, and I'm still not through all the Patreon questions. We had 5 pages of Patreon questions. So it was one of the reasons why I knew this was going to be a long one. We had a lot to cover. We had the new Green Room Pythons coffee to talk about. All the other stuff, the super chats, you know, there's just shenanigans happening. We got snake feedings going on. Let me answer 2 more questions, and then we're going to feed Banjo, by the way. Tara, thanks for the super chat. Tara says, just noticed you have a Green Room Python shirt with Handsome Dan. Yes, there are 2 different designs of this shirt, and mugs also. That is, I just think it's funny to have the Green Room Pythons logo and then have a boa on there, and then here it says Handsome Dan is not a python. It's a shirt that Amy Bentley designed and printed for me. This is available. You can buy this shirt, but the special thing for me is that it has the sleeve thing. This, if you buy this shirt, it doesn't have the sleeve. That would have made the shirt way more expensive. But Amy printed it for me, and she is not the one who prints. Like, if you order a shirt from Spreadshop, it doesn't come from Amy. It comes from Spreadshop, and that's why they don't. You know, when you add a sleeve thing, it gets crazy expensive. So we couldn't do that. But good job, Amy. Hang on. Good job, Amy. Thanks for designing this shirt. Like, you drew this. You drew Handsome Dan even. This is your artwork. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Okay. Bye, Amy.
Bye.
All right. I'm pulling that out. And okay. What I say, I was going to answer 2 more questions. Let me see where we're at. Okay, Zach asks, I recently got my first ball python. Her name is Cheesecake. Great name. She hatched August. So that's 8 months ago. And was 105 grams when I received her this past Friday. It's not the end of the world, but I do that. That look was for all the breeders that don't feed their snakes. We're going to talk about this. Folks on the Discord mentioned that she seems underweight for her age, but reassured me that with comfortable setup and consistent feeding, she'll likely catch up just fine. Yes, that's all true. That's why I said that look was not because the snake is doomed. The snake is fine. I just don't like when breeders feed like that. We're going to talk about it here in a second. I'd love to hear your thoughts on my snake's weight and a healthy weight ranges for young ball pythons in general. Okay, so 105 grams. just to give you an idea, I showed a picture of this snake earlier, but the first snake in Damara's clutch to be sent out to their new home was a snake that ate every meal that I provided to this animal. Hatched out. Hold on. This is important because I want you to know the actual facts on this. Let me just get a hatch date. So these snakes hatched out. Wait, is that the right one? Yeah. February 18th. Okay, so February 18th was their hatch date. So they're 2 months old. Yeah, not quite 2 months old. And this snake happened to eat all 5 meals that I fed to him. Here's a picture of him in his snake bag that I showed earlier in the live stream. Such a cute snake, right? Eaten 5 meals. The first 2 were hopper mice. Maybe the first 3 were hopper mice. And yeah, the first 3 were hopper mice. The last 2 were rat pups. So he's had 3 hopper mice, 2 rat pups. He hatched out at 49 grams. That's what he weighed when he crawled out of the egg. The weight that he was when I sent him out to Robin, 105 grams. So what you're saying is that you bought a snake that's 8 months old, not 2 months, but 8 months old, that's 105 grams. This snake just was fed some appropriately sized meals. 5 meals brought him up to 105. So that that took me a long time to get there, but I wanted to give you guys an idea of what that means when you've got a snake that's 105 grams. So what's happening right now is that there are breeders who have produced a lot of animals and they can't sell them, especially ball pythons. It's hard for a lot of breeders to sell their ball pythons. So they have a big backlog of ball pythons, and if they've got them growing, they're going to have to move them out of hatchling tubs. You know, start a hatchling out in a tub like this, which is fine for a little baby that's looking for a lot of security, and they're a tiny snake, but they're going to outgrow it. First of all, eventually they're not going to feel like they need this much security, and more room would be better for the snake anyway. And they're going to outgrow that unless you don't hardly feed them. You know, you feed them the tiniest little meal once every 2 or 3 weeks just to keep them going. And so, in my opinion, that's not cool. I really don't know the long-term damage that does to snakes. I believe, it's my guess, that for breeding snakes, like a breeding female that's been maintenance fed like that for their first year, that probably affects their ability to breed, is my guess. But I am just guessing that. I don't know what long-term effects, because I do know that once you receive your snake at 8 months old and 105 grams, you can start feeding it appropriately sized meals and they'll catch up, you know, and they'll be fine. Like I said, I don't know if there's any, just standard non-breeding related long-term effects. I don't think there is, but I just feel like, I mean, Riley's saying, and I do agree with this, that it could just fully stunt their growth regardless. So you're going to end up with a snake that's not going to be huge. Although if you're getting a ball python, they're not going to be huge anyway, but still, you know, you got a snake that should have, you know, grown to this amount. You know, you feed them regular amounts and it should have gotten to this size as kind of a top end size. And now it's going to be this size because during its first year, it was maintenance fed, you know? So, I guess what I was saying with, I don't know if there's long-term effects. I don't know if there's health effects that make the snake live a shorter life. I don't think so, but I don't know, you know? I just don't think it's cool to do. It's a tough position that breeders are in, because a lot of breeders didn't see the dip in the market coming. The market will jump back, but who knows when. And a lot of breeders had a lot of snakes they were producing, expecting to sell them all during the season. And all of a sudden they ended up with a ton of animals. And, you know, if they've got to hold on to these animals for a year, and the animals are growing and needing bigger cages, they just don't have the room for it. So it's a tough position to be in, but it's also a problem for the snake, I think. So if you're a breeder out there, please try not to maintenance feed your snakes. Just feed them regular stuff, you know? And that's all I got to say about that. Okay. I'll try to get the Sundance Kid to not ruin my hat. I'm seeing this question from Caitlin real quick. These nameplates come from Creature Farm. Creature Farm, they're a breeder. I think they breed geckos and stuff, but maybe other things too. I'm not sure. But they always send me nameplates. They're gonna send me some more for some new cages that I'm getting, and they have they can, you know, they've got a wood what do you call it, a laser engraver thing, and they're cool. They, you know, they'll put whatever you want on them, but it's like a picture of the snake, the name of the snake, where they're from, the region in the world where it's from, a little map thing. It's pretty cool. Okay. And I don't get money. Like, they send me those plaques for free, and I tell people when they ask me where they're from, but I don't get, you know, like, I don't have a deal with them or anything. I'm not getting money from them or anything like that, but they're a small business, and I think they're cool. So if you want a nameplate like that, Creature Farm. All right. Here we go. We got the Sundance Kid just hanging out. Let's see what he wants to do. His tub is up here. We'll see if he wants to go back. This is another thing that I do with a lot of my snakes, especially if I bring them out. If they didn't choose to come out, I'll hang on to them for a little while, let them wake up and understand where they are, you know, hang out with them for a bit. And then I'll show them their cage and make them or let them make the decision, you know, if they want to stay with me or not. I don't, you know, I've had the Sundance Kid out for quite a while now. I usually do it like 5 minutes after I take the snake out. I'll show them their tub. And a lot of times they almost always go into their tub, but a lot of times they'll turn right back around and come back out, because now that they're awake and they've been out, they're like, oh yeah, maybe I'll do that thing and explore a bit. So we'll see what the kid wants to do. He's going back into his tub right now, and we'll wait and see if he turns around or if he goes back into his hide. Let's feed Banjo. Let's do that real quick. Is he still out? He is still out. Good. We're in luck. Let me grab, this will be fast because I don't need to warm up his food. That's a nice thing about black-headed pythons and womas, is that they don't need their food warmed up. Hang on. Just thaw it out and get it to room temperature, and that works fine for them because they're used to eating carrion in the wild. So they'll run across a dead animal in the wild and just eat it. So we don't have to pretend that it's alive. So what I've got here is, I think, 3 small quail. Another thing with black-headed pythons is they don't have the ability to stretch their mouth quite as much as other species of python. So we don't feed them huge meals. Banjo could easily take a bigger meal than this, but I have these quail. And so I'm going to give him 3 of them. I'll just put them on his shelf. just because I think you'll be able to see them better. So he'll pick up on the scent there in a little bit. There's something I mentioned for those of you. So I think he is picking up on the scent because he just keyed up on my movement. So I think he knows that there's something around. Hang on one second. Okay. Man, I wish I could bring this camera closer, but I can't. And I can't, there's no way for me to zoom in on it either. Sorry, guys. I will, I'll keep an eye on it and I'll let you know when he finds something. So anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. I was in the middle of saying something about Banjo's behavior, but he's got those 3 quail, and whether he eats them from the front or the back, we don't know. It's about 50-50 with him. And if he eats them backwards, it's going to take him a while because those wings are going to open up and it's a weird situation. So we hope that he gets it from the head. And oh, it was that he was picking up the scent. So he's got to pick up the scent. Right now he's looking at my movement. He's watching me. Black-headed pythons seem to me to be more movement oriented than other pythons. And even though pythons in general will key in on movement, black-headed pythons though do it more. So I think he smells something in his cage, and then he saw me make a big movement when I was by his cage, and now he's like facing me. Can you see that? Yeah. So his head is right here. That's his head. And he's real interested in the movement that's happening, but eventually he'll get bored of watching me, and then he'll go searching around his cage and he'll find those quail, which is the behavior that we would see them do in the wild. When I first got Maya, I target trained her, and she did pretty well with the target, but then I realized that the better enrichment for her, for that species, is to let her hunt around in her cage for her own food, because that's what they do in the wild anyway. So target training is not, I mean, it's still mental enrichment for them, but I'd rather have them do their natural behavior, which is to find some dead creature or alive. They eat live stuff all the time in the wild too, but they often will find something dead and eat it. And so we'll see what Banjo does. Crisis Corpse, you're right. Stella went seconds and thirds, and Echo does as well. Echo's sitting in strike position right now. Look at this. So Stella is, and Stella's up here. She's off that hook, but I'm not going to reach in there and grab it right now. And then we got Echo in strike position right there. And Banjo's starting to move. He's trying to get my finger to point. Yeah. So that's what's happening. I'm gonna eventually get a camera, you guys, where I can, in fact, maybe by the next live stream, I'm gonna have a B camera that I can get close to these cages and not have to. That camera's a problem. I want you guys to be able to see in these cages when I do a live stream, and that camera is just not doing it. So we're gonna make that happen. Maybe in the next live stream I'll have it. Cameras are not cheap though. That's the thing. I don't know if you know that. But they're important when you're trying to do a cool live stream, right? Where are we at? Oh, hang on. Banjo's so close. So Banjo is right next to the quail. You can see his head. I'm not seeing it on a big screen like you guys are. Oh yeah, you can see it. So he's pretty, this is why I was gonna hold him and let him eat out of my hands, which is very silly to do. Don't do that with your snakes, you guys. Unless you have a little tiny one like Pip or Harry, like I did last time. But you see how gentle he is? He sees the, he's not like striking and rapping and going crazy. He's just like, oh, there's something I can eat. Let me just slowly grab it. And fortunately, he got it by the head, and we'll see if he sticks with it. But I think he will. He's going to eat that one correctly, which is good news. It'll take him a while. Oh, Stella's going up into her sky hide. This is my chance to get my hook back. There she goes with her big fat belly. Oh man, she's got a lump in her belly. It's actually not that huge. Her belly lump is not as ridiculous as I thought it was going to be. There goes Banjo with his first quail. All right. I'm taking my chance to get my hook back. Ooh, Maya's coming out, so maybe we could have I got to figure out how to do this fish thing, you guys. So I've got a fish fillet that I thought out for Maya. It's a tilapia fillet, which is fine for her to eat. The problem is that it's a tilapia fillet, like it's messy. And hang on. And if I feed it to her in her cage, if it hits her substrate, it's just going to be like panko batter or panko flakes and just coat her thing. It's not a big deal. Snakes can eat substrate, but it's a lot of substrate if it's just completely coated in it. So I'd like her to be out. We'll figure this out. What I've done is I have this little fillet and I've cut it into 3 strips so she can easily just grab it and eat it. I may actually hold her and give her the food because she does the same thing. She's very gentle with her food. Am I risking her just going crazy and food biting my arm? Yeah, but we'll see. Lisa, I'm just seeing this comment. It's a good question. What are signs of a snake that's hungry? So if you see your snake, it's hungry. That's the sign. If you see a snake, that snake is like, yeah, I could eat. I'm sort of joking, but not really. The real answer is this, that and it's a great question because I think that a lot of people don't understand that snakes, this hunger thing that we think of, like we get hungry, our dogs and cats get hungry, they're fine throughout the day, and then they know that they're going to be fed at a certain time or whatever. They start to get hungry and they're like, hey, feed me, it's my feeding time, or humans, we eat in the morning, in the afternoon, at night, or sometimes we skip the morning and we eat in the afternoon, at night. We kind of know when our food is supposed to happen. Snakes don't know when their food is coming, and so they're wired to just always be opportunistic feeders. And when they see a rodent on the trail, they're going to eat it. And if they've just filled their belly and they see another little rodent, they're going to grab that one too, because they know that it might be a month or 2 before they find another rodent on the trail or bird or whatever it is, right, in the wild. So that's kind of the mentality. So if you think about it like that, even our snakes in captivity, and we talk about all the time that snakes figure out their feeding day. And so if feeding day is Wednesday, all of a sudden your snake is going to start to get keyed up on food on Wednesday, right? And they do that. They do understand, they sort of get, snakes are very routine oriented, but also they may not get fed on Wednesday. And so they could eat at any time. You could feed them at any time. So aside from the fact that some ball pythons and some other species of snakes will go off food. Sometimes they're picky eaters. Aside from picky eaters and snakes that are currently off food for whatever reason, snakes in general could eat always. So you can, when we talk about being hungry, they're always hungry because they just don't know when their next meal is going to be. So Stella, who's got a massive belly right now, she went into her hide and came right back out. Stella's got a massive belly. She's hoping that I'm going to feed her another one, even though she couldn't. Well, she probably could fit another one in there, but it would be, it'd be too much, right? So she's super full, but she's like, there was a rat, so there's probably another rat, and she's waiting for another one. And Echo is also. And the problem is that people go, oh, I just fed my snake and it's acting hungry. It's still hungry. So let me just feed it again. I fed it yesterday, but it's still hungry. So let me feed it again. We have to understand that there's an appropriate amount to feed a snake. And regardless of whether they're acting hungry or not, you got to stick to that schedule because they'll act hungry. They could eat, and we don't want our snakes to be obese. It's a good question, though. I'm glad that you asked it so I could talk about that a little bit. Okay, let's get back to the Patreon questions. Those of you who are still sticking with me on this live stream, I appreciate you. This is definitely going to be a record length live stream because we still have some questions to go through. And another snake to feed. We got another snake to feed. So thanks for being here. Red Sonja, no, my snakes do not brumate because I have only pythons and a boa and an African house snake. And all of those snakes live on the equator, basically. So there's no winter time for any of these snakes. So there's no brumation. Brumation is hibernation for those who don't know. And so you do that with snakes that have winter seasons. And those snakes go underground and they basically hibernate for the winter. Snakes in North America do that, stuff like that. So if you have colubrids, a lot of colubrids brumate or hibernate. But pythons, boas, and my little African house snake, who's from Africa, don't do that because they don't have those seasons. They basically only have summertime. Okay, here we go. We're gonna bang through a few of these questions. Oh, maybe we're on another page. Yeah, we are on another page. We're moving to the end of this, you guys. I'm saying that because I see that we have 137 people still watching, and I really appreciate you. Many of you have jumped in late, and that's okay. This is a long. I'm just happy to have people in and out, whatever. But the fact that I have this much audience still, and we have a little ways to go still, I'm hoping you stick around. So thanks for being here. Hit the like button. Okay. Oh, and Green Python's coffee from Cold Blooded Caffeine Co. All right. We got that commercial in. Okay. Wait. Oh, I turned the page already. Here we go. I distracted myself with my coffee commercial. Deb says, I'm about a year out from breeding my Bell, blue-eyed leucistic, and my Het Pied. Can you tell me about bells? I went to put that in Morph Market Calculator, and there are a ton of options. So I'm still not sure about what all the information was. I would love to know more about it. Yeah, that's important. So a blue-eyed leucistic, there are a number of morphs that make blue-eyed leucistic. So you would have a super of one morph. So lesser / butter, which is the same thing. Mojave, bamboo, Russo, Phantom, and Mystic, which are the same thing. Special. There's a couple others. So these are all morphs that on their own is just a morph that looks like something. They all have a different look. But when put in their super form or combined with another one of these morphs in that blue-eyed leucistic complex, they make a blue-eyed leucistic snake. And some of them are more white than others. Some of them have like a yellow stripe down their back, or actually, I'm thinking of an ivory, but it doesn't matter. Some are cleaner than others. Trying to think of which one is people say makes the whitest snake. Somebody put it in the chat. I feel like it's Russo. Maybe it's Super Russo or something. I don't remember, because I don't have any blue-eyed leucistics. But that's what makes a blue-eyed leucistic. If you breed your blue-eyed leucistic to your het pied, you need to know what genes have created that blue-eyed leucistic. So if it's a Super Mojave, then you've got 2 copies of Mojave, and every snake in the clutch is going to be Mojave, but they're not going to be a white snake. They're going to be Mojave. So look up on the internet to see what that looks like. And you know, maybe it's Phantom and Russo. I don't know. I'm guessing Phantom and Russo just makes a white snake with blue eyes also, but maybe it's slightly different than that. In that case, then there's a 50% chance that those snakes are going to be Phantom, and 50% chance that they'll be Russo. You know, half the clutch will be Phantom, the other half will be Russo. And those have a different look, you know, in their single gene form. But you're breeding it with a het pied. So if it doesn't have any other gene other than het pied, then visually there's nothing that's going to come from that other snake, and half your clutch will be het pied. So you'll have to do genetic testing to see. So with a pairing like that, I always caution people to know where those babies are going, because those are, you know, a snake that is, you know, let's say Mojave, possibly het pied, or even Mojave 100% het pied if you get them genetically tested. Morph Market, it's going to be tough to sell that snake on Morph Market. Most of the buyers from Morph Market are breeders, and they're looking for snakes that they would breed. And a Mojave het pied is not necessarily desirable as a breeder. It's great as a pet, though. So you want to have a source for people that will buy those snakes. You might have 6 or 8 of them, and they're going to be pets. Those are going to be great pets for somebody, but it may be tough to sell on Morph Market. I've just seen a lot of people that are trying to sell a 1 gene animal or 2 gene animal that's not a really super popular gene for breeders right now. They try and sell them on Morph Market, and they get really frustrated that there's no hits on it. So that's my one caution, is that you might end up with a clutch that's hard to sell unless you already know what you're doing with it, where you're going with it. Maybe you have a pet store that you can wholesale to or something like that. Don't necessarily recommend that either, but it's an option, you know. So that's that. Blue-eyed Lucy is something that you should research and look at all the different morphs that are in that complex, where when combined with one another, they make white snakes. So that's that. Okay. I feel like I spent a long time on that question. Somebody was just saying hi to my mom. Does that mean that Jean Bledsoe is still in? Yep. I just scrolled up a little bit, and she says, still here. It's so funny. Hi, Mom. I'm glad you're still here. You've been here for a long time, Mom. So have some other people. Mom, I'm guessing you're sitting in your chair working on some needle felting projects. Some really cool. You guys, my mom's such a talented needle felter. You should see the stuff that she makes. Really cool stuff. Like framed, really cool framed stuff, but also like dolls that she needle felts. It's amazing. Anyway, all right. Where are we at? The Almighty Tigress Queen says, I got a special needs snake. She has a kink behind her head and has neurological issues. I was curious if we could possibly talk about how we can accommodate and work with special needs snakes, because they can still thrive and live a long, happy life. I just haven't seen much out there. Yes, we can talk about that for a moment. So I asked, when the Almighty Tigress Queen posted this question in Patreon, I asked her if the snake was eating, and as it turns out, the snake is eating. So she's not having to assist feed. That's great. So with snakes with what we call neurological issues, it totally could be a neurological issue, but a lot of times people have a spider ball python, and what we call a neurological issue with a spider ball python is actually an inner ear deformation that that causes an equilibrium problem, but it doesn't really matter. We see the effect of it, which is a wobble, and sometimes some wobbles are worse than others. And with that kind of situation with a spider, what we found is that if you keep the stress as low as possible, that wobble doesn't present as much. When we find that when the snake is more stressed, they get that wobble comes out more. And the corkscrewing, like if it's as bad as a corkscrewing snake, which the wobble sometimes becomes that if it's really bad, that's when you start to see the corkscrewing, is when they're stressed. So with a snake like that, we don't push the boundaries like we normally would maybe push the boundaries a little bit and bring snakes out of their comfort zone so they can get used to something. We might not do that with a spider ball python. We just sort of leave them alone and let them do their own thing, and keep the stress as low as possible for them. Kathy, I see your super chat. I'm going to get to it in just a second. Thanks for that. But then there's other special needs snakes, like let's say a snake that's born without eyes or blind, and we call that a special needs snake. But what we found with those snakes is they act no different than snakes that have fully functioning eyesight. They use their heat pits to strike at food. They can strike perfectly at food still, and they don't really act any different. So there's almost no difference with a snake with no eyes. That's a pretty common deformation sometimes. Deformation, is that the word that I'm looking for? Anyway, it's pretty common to see that. And so that's usually no problem. So there are some, like what we call special needs, a little tail kink, a little neck kink sometimes won't be a problem. Sometimes it is, but especially like a little tail kink, especially on the other side of the cloaca. So it's not affecting the snake in their, eating food and discharging food. That's usually not a problem at all, really. It's just a little thing. So for snakes that really have special needs, like the wobble, reducing stress is the important thing. And then we could talk about assist feeding and stuff like that, but I'm not going to get into that here. But that's another thing with special needs snakes. Some have to be assist fed their entire life, and that's a commitment. So, all right. So that's that. Kathy, thank you for this super chat. Hey, Bob, it's really weird how when you go into coffee commercial mode, you look and act just like Kent. Do I really? Well, Kent and I are twins, so it makes sense. Kent occasionally does things where he seems like me. He goes into a deeper voice sometimes when he seems like me, but that's a twin thing. We also sometimes talk at the same time. I have twins. For real, I have twin boys, and they are men now. I have twin men. It's a weird thing to say. My twins are 32. 32, is that right? Off the top of my head. And they're delightful. But when they were young and babies and just learning how to talk, one of them, Justin, could talk before Ryan could say words. And so Justin would translate for Ryan. So Ryan would be like throwing a fit and just saying gibberish that you couldn't, like nothing. And Justin would say, him want cracker. Him want crackers. So he just wanted crackers. We'd give him a cracker and he would calm down. Thanks, Mom. Deformity is the word that I was looking for, not deformation. I knew that was wrong. Deformity. But anyway, the twins were super cute. And Justin used to translate for Ryan because he could tell what he was saying. It's pretty cool. All right. Where am I at here? Oh, we're by the way, here, let's just. Banjo's now on his second quail. You can't see it. But it looks like I can't see it either. Oh, he's just finishing his second quail. So I'm just keeping you updated on what's going on over there. It's a slow process, so we're not going to watch the whole thing, we've got the fish for Maya. That's right. All right, let me answer another question, and then we're going to solve this problem of how I'm going to get fish into Maya's face without her. I think she kind of has to be out of her cage. Okay, Azara says, which of your snakes has the greatest capacity for world domination? That's a great question. It's for sure the inspector. Absolutely the inspector. You don't see him very much because he's usually just in a hide. But had I not fed him a quail yesterday, you would see him all over right now because he's in a mode right now. He's in breeding mode right now. And when he's in breeding mode, a lot of people think that their male snake is in breeding mode because it's breeding season. And I always have to remind them that breeding season isn't a thing for a snake that's not been paired up. So if you just have a pet snake, there's no breeding season. They would have to be in the wild in Africa for there to be a season. But for him, it's breeding season right now because I'm currently pairing him up with a female. So he's in breeding season. And when I know that he's in crazy breeding mode is when he comes out when the light is still on. And he's been doing that a lot lately. And when I open the door, he comes to me to fight me. And that doesn't mean to bite. He would never bite. I've never been bitten by him. He's never even attempted to bite me. But it's with his body. He wants to battle my arm. He wants to push me and do all this stuff. And he'll come to me to do it. He's very aggressively treating me like I'm a rival male snake. So that's why he would be. He's got the greatest capacity for world domination because when he's got his mindset on something, he doesn't care that I'm a giant monkey monster. He's gonna fight me as much as he can. When I fed him that quail, when I handed him that quail yesterday, I said this earlier in the live stream. Probably a lot of you weren't here for it, but he's never eaten a quail before in his life. He's 8 years old and he's only had rodents. I showed him a quail and he grabbed it immediately and he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get this down my neck." So that's my world domination snake right there. A little long answer. Okay, Megan says, just kind of want to confirm my plan. I'm moving across the country from Washington to Texas in August. My furniture and 4x2x2 are going to take 8 to 10 days to deliver. Okay, so your snake's going to be without a cage for a week or so. My plan was to set up my ball python in a plastic tub type setup for the 1.5 weeks. Yeah, we will only be driving over 2 days. So I planned for a smaller travel container for just the driving days. What size tub would you recommend? Or do you have another idea completely? No, I don't have another idea. That's perfect. So for the travel tub, you want it to be small enough. It's as though you're packing the snake up to ship it, right? So we don't want a ton of room for them to explore in their tub because you're going to be in a car and you're going to be turning and everything. You don't want to be jostling the snake all over. So just give them a nice spot that they can curl up and just kind of hunker down. And they're fine for 2 days, just hunkered down in a dark tub, So you can put balled up paper in there. You can put towels in there if you want, so that they can be like just in towels, just hanging out kind of snugly in there. And then, you drive them for 2 days and that'll be great. And then you put them in a tub that they can move around in a bit for the next week or so. You'll be all set. I think that sounds like a great plan. It's always better to have them in a smaller container though, when traveling, whether it's in a car or an airplane or whatever, just kind of tightly packed so they can just sit there curled up. It is much less stress on them than if they were moving all over the place. All right. Trying to figure out. Oh, I see her. Hey. Oh. Yeah. She's totally in food mode. She bit her log. Very similar to what Dave Kaufman made her do. Hey there, lady. Okay, you know what? You come out. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to grab that fish right now, and I'm going to try to feed her one. So with her, I think what we're going to do is I'm just going to try to get her to come out a little bit more for this. She's going to slap it on our window. I'm going to have to clean our window tomorrow, but what I'd like her to do is just eat this while she's hanging. Also, it's dripping on the floor, which is so gross, but I'll clean my floor. But watch how slow she is with this. She hasn't had fish in a long time. I think the last time I gave her a fish is when I did it for a video. And oh, let me switch the camera. Sorry, guys. There she is. So I'm just going to hold this while so she can't drag it in and cover her with her substrate. Anyway, I made a short a long time ago. I felt like it was a couple months ago about her eating fish. And that might have been the last time I fed her one of these fillets. Hey, I don't want you to bring that into your cage, lady. I kind of like, I feel like she's going to do what she's going to do. So, all right. Oh, you can't see it anymore. Hang on. We're going to switch cameras again. I hope this is interesting for you guys because it takes a minute, and especially with me holding it. But it's really easy the way I figured out how to cut these fillets in these perfectly sized strips. It just goes right down her throat, so she can eat it really fast. And then I'm going to give her 3 of those, but I'm going to get a towel for the floor because that's so gross. Is it as gross as dropping a rat on my chair? No. But you still don't want fish juice on your floor, right? I like to have a nice house. I don't need it to smell like rat and fish juice. It's super gross. All right, so I'm going to let her finish that one, and then I'll give her the next one. Let's see where we're at here. Okay, Wendy says, sorry to bring things down. My sweet little crested gecko, Rexy, passed away this morning. In addition to being so sad, it's also very much shaken my confidence as a keeper. I had him at the vet less than a week before for a swollen eye. It seemed to be shed related, and they said he looked perfect. Can't help but wonder if I somehow did something wrong. Does anyone have any tips? My other reptiles are probably going to get really sick of me checking on them. I'm so sorry to hear that, Wendy. You know, when Wendy posted this, I mentioned to her that this is really common for when we lose an animal. It always feels like our fault, right? Like we should have done something different or whatever. But in most cases, and especially in this case, it sounds like there's nothing that you could have done. The vet said that the lizard was okay and was doing fine, but it's also probably not the vet's fault. There's, you know, there was something there that they couldn't see, you know, that they couldn't find, and that just happens sometimes. And it certainly happens when we keep multiple, you know, when we have a bunch of animals, we're going to deal with that on a fairly regular basis. And it's such a bummer because, you know, people that don't have reptiles, it's easy for them to go, oh, it's just a snake, it's just a lizard, you know. But we love those animals just as much as we love our dogs and cats, right? And a lot of people don't understand that, but it's a huge loss when you have an animal die. So I'm really sorry to hear that, but just know that it's super common to feel that way, to feel like it's your fault, but it's not. and it's just something that we all have to deal with. See how fast she ate? That just went right down her throat. So that is fillet number 2. We're going to give her a third one. All right. What do I do with my glasses? I mean, this is working out pretty well. I didn't have to take her out. I thought I may have to handle her and feed her, and I didn't really want to. Mom. My mom says, Bob, you'd think you've never cleaned a fish before. You know what, Mom? Cleaning a fish is one of my least favorite things to do. It's really my least favorite thing about fishing, which is why if I go fishing now, it's catch and release. I'm not trying to clean fish. And I certainly am not going to clean fish over my floor where I get fish juice on my floor. Okay. So where are we at here? Okay, Catherine says, what's your favorite Renaissance fair? And you look really familiar. Were you ever a boggard? Are you, Catherine, do you mean of the Poxy Boggards? I know the Poxy Boggards, but I am not one of them. They're a great act. I assume that's what you mean when you say, were you ever a boggard? No, but they're fantastic. My favorite Renaissance fair, I mean, I have a couple for several reasons. I really like the Texas Ren Fair, which I don't perform at anymore, but I used to. And I love that one because it's the largest one in the world. It's a permanent site. All the buildings are permanent. It's amazing, but it is Disneyland of Renaissance fairs. My actual favorite is the Washington State Renaissance Fair. And a lot of that has to do with my favorite people run that fair. I have relationships there with people that I really love, and the fair is awesome too. It's amazing, but it's not a huge one. You know, it's big. It runs 5 weeks in a row, but it's not one of these massive ones. It's just really nice. I like it a lot. So I will be okay. We're gonna do one more for Maya here. Let me switch cameras on this one. Oh, I don't know if that view is better. Hey, lady, don't try to leave. You got another one to eat here. This one's a little bit wider than the others, so it's going to take her longer to get. She's not going to just... There you go. Okay, I'm going to let her do that on her own. I don't think she's going to bring it into her cage. Hang on a second. But if she starts to, I will... Let's do this. All right. I'm going to switch us back. So you can't see this, but Echo was watching Maya get fed, or Stella was watching Maya get fed. And like she sees what's going on and she seems very interested in what's happening here. I don't know, I don't know what the cognitive... I don't know if the snake actually understands. I know that they can visually see a rat if it's close enough and understand that that's a rat. Maya's getting fed fish here. I don't know cognitively what Stella thinks when she sees another snake eating, but my assumption is she can make that connection, that that's another snake getting fed. That means food is available, even though it's not a rat. But all I know is that Maya being in view of Stella makes Stella come over and look at what's going on. So we make a lot of assumptions at what's happening in their brain, and you never really know. But it's interesting to see the behavior. Kierna, thanks for the super chat. Wendy, thanks for the super chat. Thank you so much, everyone, for the sympathy. Rexy is my sweet little rescue boy, and he took a crusty bite of my heart with him. Oh, Wendy, I'm so sorry. That's really sad. It's always such a bummer when we lose an animal. But it sounds like you're a very conscientious keeper, and I would not be concerned about your other animals. I think they're probably in a really good home. You know, they're in a really good spot. So, okay. Okay, so we talked about the Renaissance Fair. And then Catherine is saying, also, how do you stop buying cool snakes once you've started? And she said she's mostly joking. That is a problem, because people end up, all right, real quick. So Maya has finished that. She went back in her cage, fortunately, but she had already swallowed that fish, which I'm happy about. She didn't panko batter her fish at all. All right. So we got that fitting done. Hang on, I'm going to answer that question as soon as I drop off these tongs. I do have 2 more ball pythons to feed tonight, but they're not really in a good viewing place, so I'll do that later when we're done with this. So yeah, I mean, buying too many snakes is a problem. We all know people that have purchased too many reptiles. Period. Reptiles are easy to get too many of because they're so easy to take care of. Even if it's a lizard that needs care every day, they have to be fed every day. It's still super easy, right? So you get one, and you're like, oh, I didn't do another. Like, it's not a big deal to get another, and then not a big deal to get another. And even with me, I have, not counting my 12 babies that I have here, I've got 30 snakes plus 12 babies. Still not a big deal. Go through all of them every morning, pull out any poop or pee, feed the ones that need to be fed on that day. It's not a big deal. But I could easily go, what's one more? What's one more? What's one more? And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh man, now my entire life is consumed. I will say my entire life is consumed with snakes because I have this platform, I have this channel, but I've made it that way. All my content is snakes and everything I do is snake related, but that's not because I have too many snakes. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm really careful. You guys have seen me when I go to reptile shows. I'm careful about what I buy and what I don't buy. Generally, I say that I have, I might be going for certain, if I see a pygmy python, I'm going to get it, but I'm probably not going to see a pygmy python. And even though I really want, I would love to have Argentinian boa. I'm not going to get one because I know I shouldn't have one. I really want one, but I shouldn't have one right now. So you just gotta be careful because snakes grow, for one thing, and your family of snakes can easily get to a point where it's too much for you, Okay. Here we go. Betsy Youngbuck says, are you willing to wade into the heated debate? Do fire-breathing dragons have 2 legs and wings or 4? Oh, that shouldn't even be a debate. The fire-breathing dragons have a pair of legs, a pair of little arms, and wings. Legs, arms, wings. It's like a T-Rex, like T-Rex arms. You don't call those legs, right? I don't know who would debate me on that. Jenna says, do you think some snake species are more intelligent than others or just more active, so we notice them thinking more frequently? Yeah, that's really interesting because I don't know. And I always say, I've mentioned, I don't know how many times that retics are considered the second smartest snake in the world. And usually when I say that, I say, I don't know how we're measuring their intelligence. I mean, I do know it's that they're very interactive, and to us that seems intelligent. But there's different ways that you can measure intelligence. So I don't know. I will say that based on how we perceive intelligence, yes, there are definitely certain snakes that are smarter than others, you know. But snakes have evolved since before they were around before dinosaurs. They're a very successful species, and you don't get that successful by being dumb, and you don't get that successful by having a brain that's only based on instinct and reflexes, which a lot of people think. That brain has to be able to learn. You've got to be able to learn that when you hatch out of that egg, this is the basic environment that I'm in, and I have to learn certain things, that this is the trail that I go to get food that rodents run by, and over here I have to stay away from because I got predators here, stuff like that. So I think all snakes learn, to an extent, and they're all smart, but definitely some smarter than others based on how we judge intelligence. Okay, we're on the last page, and it's not even a full page, you guys. It's half a page, but we're almost at 4 hours on this. Amy Bentley, hi. What's your? Hang on, let me remove this. Do you know what the last record was that was set? Where it seems like the last few live streams we've set a length record. They just keep getting longer and longer.
3 hours, 47 minutes, and 35 seconds long. So we are about 4 minutes shy.
Okay,
5 minutes shy.
Yeah, we're gonna set another record here. It won't go much longer, but it'll go longer than that. Thanks, Amy. Who you chatting with there? You playing a game, or you chatting with?
Nope.
Oh, you got Nagini with your phone? Is that what's happening?
This is Colin.
Is that Colin Robinson?
Look how big he is. You thought he was Nagini.
Come on. You're right. That is way smaller than Nagini, but
Yeah.
Unbelievable. That's supposed to be a baby snake. Wow. Okay.
He's not a baby anymore.
I know, but I think of him as a baby because,
I know. Me too.
And also I haven't been to your house in a long time. He's way bigger than he was the last time I saw him. I don't know what that is.
Preparing a congratulations. We made a record-breaking live stream super chat is actually what I was doing.
It's so funny. Okay, I'm gonna pull you off. Thanks, Amy.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. Oh, Tiger Lily. Yes, you guys. I said that a long time ago, and then I didn't pull her out because I forget things. Thanks for reminding me. She's in her Glenlivet box right now. I knew she would be because she's been there the last 2 days. This Glenlivet box has seen better days, but she hasn't soiled in it, and she likes it. So we're gonna leave her there. There's Tiger Lily. Such a pretty lady. Okay, so we're gonna have Tiger Lily with me while we. This is a nice thing about feeding the snakes like I did, feeding quail and fish and only a couple rodents that I didn't blow dry. I didn't blow scent into the air. So she's not like in food mode. All right, Tara says, how do you, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Tara says, how do you balance education, entertainment, travel, and animal care when creating content for Green Room Pythons? Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, my entertainment and education has to do with snakes usually anyway. So that is, that's all combined. A lot of my travel has to do with snakes and creating content. But a lot of my travel, especially in the summertime, has to do with my other gig, which is performing at these Renaissance festivals. And that's when it gets real tricky. And even now it's tricky. Like I've got a video. I'm supposed to put a video out on my trip to Dominica on Monday. And I had a car thing. I had to get a mirror replaced on my car. And I've been at the dealership all week messing with that. So frustrating. I won't even tell you about it because it's boring. but I haven't been able to edit. So I may be late on putting that video out. It may come out on Tuesday. I don't know. So if my schedule is thrown off by something like getting a mirror replaced on my car, it throws everything off, because I have it all just perfectly figured out. Like, I'm going to be at the Renaissance Festival this weekend, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to work on this video to get it done by Monday so I can put it up by Friday, because I'm going to be at the Renaissance Festival the following weekend, and that video has to go up on Monday. So it's crazy. It's just a lot of stuff. I find myself very busy at times, and then there's other times that I can relax a little bit, but we're just starting the festival season, and this is when things get a little bit crazy, and I need to have videos shot or edited ahead of time to keep up with things. And I don't always. So this is also why we do live streams. I don't know if you know that, but the reason that I started doing live streams at all is because I knew I couldn't do 4 produced videos a month. Look at how late we are. The lights are now going out. I couldn't do 4 produced videos a month with my travel schedule. I could do 3, and then I could do a live stream. And with a live stream, I don't have to write it, and I don't have to edit it. Or Future Bob doesn't have to edit it. But I love the live streams. I love doing these. I love having you guys here, and I like that people enjoy them. So, anyway, that's how I do that. That was a long answer. All right. Demi says, do you have clips of learning your snake's behavior? Because I don't understand very much. With clips, it would be simpler. I think what you mean by clips is maybe short videos. I probably have. I mean, I put out shorts quite a bit. And some of them have to do with behavior, but I don't think I have anything dedicated that's like, here's a body language thing, you know. I do a lot of my shorts do have to do with behavior or feeding or shed or whatever, but maybe I should do some like, here's what this means, here's what this means, at least in these particular snakes, here's what it means. That might be helpful for people. Silvermander asks if I ever attend SCA events. I don't. SCA is, I can't remember what that stands for, but it's somebody will know. But it's basically the people who are like super into the history, the Ren Fair people that are like really militantly into it, and they do these events where they reenact old-timey stuff. And I'm not. I'm someone who wrote a show, and I had never been to a Renaissance fair until I was hired to perform at one. So I like them. They're really fun, but I'm not into it so much to be part of the SCA for sure. Amy Bentley with the super chat saying, this is officially our third record-breaking live stream in a row. Thanks for that super chat, Amy. It is, yeah, third one in a row. It's crazy how these have just get longer. It's the reason they get longer is because, first of all, I get more questions from Patreon, but also the super chats keep coming in, and I always want to obviously talk about those. And then we have other stuff to talk about, like Green Room Python's coffee, new from Cold Blooded Caffeine Company. Get some today, 25% discount with discount code Green Room. Yeah. This is Green Room. Discount code Green Room, all one word. Link in the description. Tomorrow, the link will be in the description tomorrow. That's why, because I take time to do coffee commercials. I'm really happy about that partnership, though. That's cool. I like having my own coffee. All right, we're almost done with this, you guys. Silvermander also asks, would a yearling ball python decide it's all about the ladies, even if there isn't one in the house? My noodle is acting strange, not his normal self lately. Yeah, so that was what we were talking about a little bit ago. No, if they're not being actively paired, there's not breeding season. But I do hear that a lot. I get these questions a lot. My snake is doing this, and I'm pretty sure it's just because it's breeding season. And I always say, well, are they currently being paired with, it's usually their male snake. And I say, are they currently being paired with a female? And they're like, oh, no, I don't breed. So there's no breeding season for a snake that's not being paired, unless we're talking about a wild ball python. But snakes change their behavior sometimes. And that's just a normal, process of going from being a juvenile to an adolescent to an adult snake. And then as adult snakes, they'll sometimes change their behavior and go through phases. So that just happens. But it happens because of breeding season. If you have a snake that is currently breeding, as soon as I pair the inspector with a female, the first time for the year, he is now in breeding season. He finds a female and he's like, okay, this is now we're in breeding season. This is my thing. Now I'm going to be crazy. All right. Pete and Mabel say, I had a traumatic experience after winning an auction on Morph Market. My baby snake died 36 hours after arrival. Oh my gosh. In retrospect, there were red flags, but I didn't. I think they meant I didn't see them or something like that. I shared the story on your Discord, and there were concerns about how the snake looked in the pics. Right. I remember this because I saw the pics. As a novice snake keeper, what do I look for on Morph Market posting and auctions to let me know if a snake is healthy, or what would scream run away at me? Okay, so I'll say this because that's the question itself is really tough to answer. Like, what do you look for in a picture of a snake, right? The picture that I saw of your snake, the tail was weird. It had a weird thing going on with the tail. And David, I see your super chat. I'm going to get to it in just a second. Here's my problem with auctions. If someone were to ask me if they should buy a snake at an auction, online auction, it doesn't matter if it's a Morph Market, not whatever. Morph Market is great. Just the nature of an online auction is that people see a snake for a really great deal. It's not that they don't necessarily look up who the breeder is or anything. They're just like, I just got a snake for a steal, so I'm going to get the snake in. And I've seen so many times where the snakes come in covered in mites. Catherine also sent me a thing today. She had a bad experience with an auction. She got 2 snakes at an auction, house snakes, I think, and they were shipped in little tubs like you normally would. But in these tubs, they both had poop and they both had rotting mice in there, and they both had little gnats in there. Like they had been living in there for a long time, not just put in the tubs for shipping the previous day. And what's the deal with rotting mice? Like not regurgitated mice, just a mouse was set in there for, a couple days ago or something. Just so weird and filthy. So I've seen this happen a lot with auctions where people are like, yeah, I bought this snake on auction, got a great deal, and it's full of mites. And now I have mites in my place. I think people that are trying to get rid of certain snakes for whatever reason will put it up for auction, and they feel like if they can sell it for $20 at an auction, the person isn't going to complain too much about what they get. That's my feeling on it. I would not buy at an online auction. A live auction to support USARK, sure, because you can inspect the animal. You can oftentimes talk to the breeder who's right there, who donated the snake. You can find out what's going on with that animal. But online, it's pretty tough. So unless you see that some breeder that you know and trust has a snake for auction, go for it. But make sure it's from a breeder you know and trust. That's what I'll say about that. Brian, thanks for the super chat. I took in a ball python a couple months ago and knew nothing about snakes. Thanks to your channel and education, I've learned so much. You're one of the main reasons my Belle Lilith is thriving. Oh, that's fantastic, Brian. Thanks, man. I'm glad that the videos have helped you, and I'm glad your snake is thriving. That's fantastic. Thanks for that super chat. We have 2 questions left, you guys. This marathon live stream. Stephen is simply asking, do you have any Arizona trips planned? I have an Arizona trip idea. I don't have it planned because I don't have the date, but I've been saying that I'm going to get out to Arizona this year. And other things have come up, and I'm in the middle of my festival season. I still want to get out there, though. I want to get out there and look for rattlesnakes, and I want to have a Horde of Keepers event out there. And we will do that. It might be this year still, but it also might be next year. So we'll see. I really want to get out to Arizona, though. It's not that far from me. It's easy to do. Like, I can drive out there. Hang on. Let me try to get Tiger Lily where she wants to go. She got stuck on my neck. All right. Last question. How pretty is Tiger Lily, right? Ugh, don't choke me out, lady. Phil says, Bob, do you ever let the snakes that free roam stay out overnight while you're sleeping, or do you put them up? No, they don't stay out overnight. They free roam for a period of time, and I know where they are when they're free roaming. And, I don't just like open cages and walk away. I know where they're at. I check on them occasionally, to make sure that they're still where they are. And if they're not where they are, I find them and figure out where they are. There have been a couple times. There have been 2 snakes that have been out overnight accidentally. Damara is one. She was out overnight once. Very easy to find. I knew exactly where she was. And recently, Handsome Dan spent the night in that hide right there. I told that story, I think, last live stream or the live stream before, where he was out and I forgot. I had shut his door. I leave the doors open. If a snake is out, I leave their cage open so that I know. For some reason, I had shut his door, and then I left for the night. And I spent the night out in Riverside. And I came back the next day at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I look up, and Handsome Dan is still sitting in that hide where he was when I last saw him the morning before. So he spent the whole 24 hours in that hide, over 24 hours. So fortunately, Handsome Dan and Damara both are snakes that plant themselves, and they're there for the duration. They're not going to cause trouble. I have some other snakes that would have been all over this place, knocking plants over and causing trouble. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the Patreon questions. I am exhausted right now. I've got a festival this weekend that I need to have a full voice for. I'm not quite losing my voice, but I'm feeling like it's scratchy. It'll be fine. It'll be fine by the weekend. But I just want to make sure that I haven't missed any recent super chats. I don't think so. Those of you who were here for the whole thing, I don't know how many of you there were, but I know there were some. I appreciate you. That's crazy that you stayed here for 4 hours. We're gonna go to 4 hours. It's 3 hours and 58 minutes right now. We can go another 2 minutes to make it 4 hours. I'll just look here at the most recent chats. See if there's any question. Let me scroll up and see if there's any. You guys are all chatting with one another. This is crazy because I like to watch this the next day and read the chat, and I will eventually get through this whole chat, but I'm not going to sit here for 4 hours. Like tomorrow, I got stuff to do tomorrow. I can't sit here for 4 hours. It's crazy that this went this long. Joshua asked, ever been to the Canadian reptile or Canada in general? I have been to Canada, but I don't know what Canadian reptile is. I haven't done any reptile stuff in Canada. It's been years since I've been. I should go to Canada. So that's not a hard place to go. Crisis Corpse, thanks for the super chat. Thank you for doing this super long live streams. I enjoy them. Oh, thanks. Thanks. I'm glad you enjoy. I'm glad that there's people that enjoy them. I'm glad that I still have over 100 people watching right now. Because if I was dwindling down to 20 people, I'd be like, oh, that went way too long. I got to cut it short. I still feel like 4 hours is too long, but I'm glad that people enjoy them. Oh, Canadian Reptile Expo. I should go to a Canadian Reptile Expo. Yeah. I should. I've never been to a reptile expo in Canada. I might be at, it's 4 hours, so we're going to log off, but I will say this, I might be at the Sacramento Reptile Expo at the end of the month, but it really depends on my sister, because she has plans to be here that weekend, and if she is, I'm not going to Sacramento, but if she's not, I'll be in Sacramento. That's all I'm going to say about that. You guys are awesome. Thanks for watching this ridiculously long 4-hour live stream, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye, everybody.